Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live stream. As you can see, as we now kick away, the first of our competitors away this morning. And a big thank you to the team at Method Race Wheels for their involvement here as the naming right sponsor for the Prologue here, Sam. Great to have you on board.
Yeah, thank you so much, John. Great to be in the booth chatting with you and really looking forward to this weekend. It is such a great way to open the AORC season here in Pooncarie, and the organisers have put on a great event so far. Nice and green here, a little bit of dust around. I think it's going to be an interesting one once we go out for the first section later today.
Well, Sam, we've been very lucky. We've had a little bit of rain in the lead up to this one, and you know, if we were looking for enough rain to actually dampen this out, to take the dust out of it, mate, we would have had torrential downpours for quite some time. But those that travelled out to Pooncarie over the last couple of days, especially on that Wentworth to Pooncarie road, have seen how green it is out in the outlying areas. So for a lot of the farmers here that have got crops and or feed for livestock and the like, as you saw on the travel up, you know, there's a lot there for them. But for us, it's a help, but it's certainly not going to take the dust factor away, as you can see a little bit coming off first car out as we run today.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely looks pretty on camera, so that definitely helps. As we see Norman Parker here making his way around. He is, of course, the 2025 4x4 production champ and a model of consistency, this bloke. He turns up each week, or each round rather, and does his thing. And great to see the battle that's going to play out between the likes of him and Pickering throughout this AORC season. Yeah,
and look at, you know, he's gone with a trusty, reliable Land Cruiser, and those things, as we know, are built to take on the environment and the outback in great, I suppose, reputation of what they are. But then you talk about a guy like Jeff Pickering in the 7 class cars, you know, like those things that he's driving in that Ford Ranger. You know, again, a very reliable outfit, but you know, with Jeff Pickering, you always have that piece where he is so good at driving to the conditions. You know, over how many years he campaigned that Mitsubishi and whatever else over the years. So we really have, just in that group alone, a really solid battle to be going on.
Yeah, you've kind of got yin and yang there. You got the 76 series, as you mentioned, which is just this picture of durability, and Norm manages to bring it to the finish line each weekend against something as exciting as the Ranger Raptor. And I know one of the development guys at Ford, when they do their pre-running for Fink each year, they do it in a production car. They run down that track in that car. So the base is certainly there for something to be really competitive. I think Jeff's probably had a few dramas, teething issues maybe with getting that car set up the way he wants. This could be his year though. So
yeah, 100%. And this event allows that sort of thing to develop, because we're talking about long laps here. We're not talking about short course, you know, really tight carve up tracks that really knock them around. This sort of event where you've got those longer laps allows you that time to get out and really make the thing flow. I mean, for the trophy trucks and stuff we'll see a little later, you know, they're looking for that faster flowing style track. So that's what we're going to be seeing out of today and out of the next 2 days. I really feel that the way things are set up this weekend, Sam, that we're going to see some real surprise packets in amongst them. We'll come out of the first round of the AORC with some guys that are going to pick up points that probably didn't think they were going to get them, and likewise guys that are going to have to chase now, you know, in the next couple of rounds after it. So I really feel this will be one of those events that will really carve up what needs to happen in the face going forward. Hence the reason why they're all here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a course too that lends itself to, you know, maybe some of the lesser known guys creeping up the order there, because we've got a track that has your selection of tighter radius turns and tricky technical sections together with longer wide open sections as well. So you can have a side by side do well here, but conversely you can also have a trophy truck or a pro buggy really, you know, rule the roost as well. So looking forward to seeing what they can all do. It's funny, you know, we've got a condensed 4-round championship in the AORC this year, and talking to Lockie Bailey and Bo Robinson during the week, they both acknowledge that, you know, to finish first you must finish with this championship this year. They're going to have to really be consistent across the 4 rounds, because with that condensed format, you can't afford to lose massive points.
100%, Sam. You know, and you only need to lose a couple to understand how hard it is to get them back. Yeah. Because as the rounds start to thin out and there's less opportunity, you've wasted it, right? You cannot afford to do that. You've got to make sure, and we were talking about that over the last day yesterday with all of the teams, it's that drive to survive piece, okay? It's about making sure you are driving within the confines of what that track is giving you, and that you are consolidating and getting as much out of it as you possibly can without overstepping the mark and damaging something, because you and I both know as a competitor, you do not want to be chasing. You want to be leading. And if you're not leading, you want to be in that strike zone. That's what I call it, the strike zone, where you know that it can tip between today and tomorrow just like that. But you can't make that strike zone what it is after this event finishes. Okay, so you've got to stay in that pack. And it's been going on forever. I mean, what are we up to? 45 years worth of off-road championships now. And some of these guys racing in here have been doing it for, the better part of 10 or more. So they know it.
Yeah,
right?
Well, it's generational even. You look at the Robertson family. They've been in this sport a long time. And Bo's probably a perfect example of, learning the hard way that, your points really matter at this first round. He kind of put him on the back foot a bit last year because he wasn't able to finish a couple of the sections here. So it's a prime example of why this weekend, you've got to tread that fine balance, as you mentioned.
To our point, right? He knew what he had to do off the back foot last year, right? And that was not where he needed to be. I guarantee you 100% he's got a totally different strategy for what he needs to do this year. Not that he didn't have it last year. It's just that you don't want to be there, okay? You want to be in that front end, and that's that strike zone for me is where you got to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving through some more machines here in the Method Race Wheels Prologue, and got a pretty stacked field here this weekend. I think we had a competition a couple of weeks ago which might have forced a couple of cars out just with some mechanicals, but we've got a 70 plus strong field here in Pooncarie, and it's great to see some of our top flight competitors turning out.
We must also go down the path of thanking a number of different people involved with this one as well. The Sunraysia Motorsports Club, of course, being the orientating club to run this event here this weekend. It's a really cool story that we can talk to as well. This particular vehicle on site here now that we can see on screen, Sam, had some issues. This is the Adams Motorsport entry. This guy had some gearbox issues, believe it or not. He went to load this thing to come up here, and he felt that there was something not right in it. They pulled the back end of it apart and found that second gear had a layered or a rolled over tooth in it, and it basically had been through the point of racing so much that some of the gear sets were becoming fatigued. And this guy actually spent some time on the phone to Hollinger, believe it or not, and they did a lot of how technology works. They did a lot of live stream backwards and forwards with Hollinger, the guys at Hollinger saying, you need to take this piece off, take that assembly out, don't let that fall apart. He'd never been inside the gearbox like this before, and yet here he is. He's put it all back together, and he's out there in his Prologue, mate. Great story if you want to link and have a look at it.
Oh, cracking story. Yeah, definitely would love to look into that. I mean, if you had your preference, you'd probably rather that happen putting it on the trailer rather than taking it off at the event in all the dust and everything, but great to see them turn out.
Well, this was a load up. This is what he had done in the way of loading it to come up here. He found it, so he got it done before he actually got there, and he was on the phone, I think, on Tuesday to the guys. They freighted everything to him as fast as they could for Wednesday morning, stacked together Wednesday, crash course, literally, crash box, crash course on gear sets, and then loaded it and came up here. So, that's a great story. We can cover that with those guys later as well, but it's a cracker of a story, that one.
Yeah, I do love that. It's funny, at all ends of the field, I love that about this sport, there's always ways to improve your performance. You've got a guy like Lockie Bailey, the side-by-side AORC champion last year, and, he improved his driving technique throughout the season, but he said the biggest change that he's made through the off-season is strengthening that car based on the lessons that he's learned, stronger control arms, things like that, to really beef the car up to ensure that he can finish every round, getting back to that kind of consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, big thank you also to the Wentworth Shire Council. They got involved right from the get-go with this one because they realised the strength of bringing people into the region, and we do love having people come in and see what we've got here. Wentworth Shire, great group of people. I mean, they cover 26,000 square kilometres of terrain that is all as close to being as in the bush as you possibly could be. But then you've got townships like Wentworth and others that are connected within that municipality area. So, it's great to have them on board. Decentralised demountables, another that have been totally full open and honest to throw out whatever's required to shift things around and do things. Like, it's an amazing effort. GBM Consulting also have done a great job of connecting up with us this weekend and looking after us here as well, and along with the Kumiela Memorial Sporting Club, which is in the region here as well. So some really cool sponsors that have been involved. But mate, that's only a small picture, Sam, of what we've got to give you over the next 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. Also a big shout out to Comiskey Mining Services, the naming rights sponsor of the AORC this year. Brett Comiskey competing here this weekend. He'll be at Fink and other rounds throughout the year as well. But a great advocate of off-road racing in Australia and a great supporter as well, not only in off-road racing here in ORC, but also, motocross teams, supercross teams in motorcycling and other disciplines of the sport as well.
Yeah, it's just fantastic. And some of the vision we're watching now, Sam, is just beautiful to see in amongst it. And, we've got so many angles we're going to cover off on this weekend. We've got in-car cameras that will show you some footage from in there. We've got a ton of drones like you've got now that are running some of that footage that we can see here on the ground coverage, with some of the guys with mobile cameras moving around, and yourself, Sam, doing a lot of spotters on the pit ground and sort of talking to different groups. We're going to cover off a lot of things over the weekend, and some of the footage will be just incredible to watch. So really looking forward, and I really hope the people at home get a great opportunity to see some depth in what we do here with off-road racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to head out soonish, and we'll go and chat to some people along the way. But I guess getting to Prologue, it's with the dust that we're seeing stirred up, there's not a lot of wind out there this morning, certainly not as much as yesterday. How important is this in terms of the context of your weekend, having a strong Prologue?
Oh, 100%. This is I talk about it being the seed you plant. How much fruit you bear bases on how well you plant the seed and how it germinates and takes off. So for me, this is about as solid a performance as you can possibly get out of Prologue to put you in a good spot, because, as you pointed out, with some of the dust and whatever else it's about, I'd rather be in the front half of that part than the back half. Yeah. And chasing from the back is like not impossible, but it makes it hard for yourself, all right? And you can't be there. You've got to be right up in that front zone, and this is how you do it. Method Race Wheels, so great for them to come on board and push how important this Prologue piece is.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a pivotal piece of the weekend. As you say, it really dictates what happens with the remainder of the weekend, as we see Michael Shipton here about to set off in his performance two-wheel drive. He's another guy who's a stalwart. I think he easily has the loudest support crew, I reckon, in the field. It's such a family affair for these guys, and I love seeing them turn out at every round.
I think it's also powered by numbers, Sam, right? Because those guys don't come shortchanged with the volume of people, and why not? Because he's a great guy, right? And he's a really good team to deal with. Nothing's too hard for them, as we see our leader now heading back towards the finish point. We'll have some times that we can potentially scout through in a little while once we get a number of them to pick through. I'm looking at one as one, but there's a heap of others. But yeah, he has a fantastic group of people that come along with him, and they just make off-roading so much fun, right? Yeah,
absolutely. So Norman Parker, our first guy coming through, as you've mentioned, John, really interested to see how he fares against the likes of Pickering in that production four-wheel drive class. Pretty close.
Yeah, so we're looking at some numbers there as the guys are getting ready to send a few more of the four-wheelers off as we check through our live stream right now. Once we get about 3 or 4 of those numbers together, we can start to pick through them, Sam, and sort of give a bit of a feeling for it, because I know in the past there's been times where we've sort of called maybe 1 or 2 times out, and then all of a sudden someone blitzes it. It's only because there's been some issue out there that and I always like to get the mean average of about 4 or 5, and that gives us a really good feeler as to where we are.
Absolutely. You see some of the side-by-side machines. I think, for me, that's probably one of the most exciting categories here this weekend. You've got 30-plus odd competitors. We had a really good 3-way battle last year between Glenn Ackroyd, Lockie Bailey and Greg Campbell. All 3 of those guys are here this weekend, and they all mean business. I know particularly Glenn Ackroyd. He was devastated last year, leading and had a big prang in the St George round and wasn't able to complete the season the way he wanted. But I reckon him and Michael Price are going to be hungrier than ever to prize back that trophy from Lockie.
100%. You know, and I think the strategy for these guys going forward now will really be about making sure that they get a really good prologue in, get up at the front end of the field in that category, and just stay there. And I mean, some really good stories in those categories too. I mean, you talk about Danielle Foot now, who's gone from 2 to 4, running now against with the father, sort of connected up, and those guys, trust me, I know how Danielle Foot works when it comes to two-wheeling. I mean, I've given her so many trophies at Hatter and wherever else that she's raced in, and her approach and her method is very calculative, right? She's very clean in the way she does it. I expect no less from her in this side-by-side category, Sam. So we've got some brilliant racing in front of us, seriously.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting weekend, an exciting year as well. I know there's quite a few people here this weekend who are also, setting their eyes forward to Fink. You've got the likes of Bo Robinson readying a new four-wheel drive, Mason for Fink. So yeah, this is an important weekend in the context of their championship, but they're kind of balancing that against all this other stuff happening in the background. Yeah, correct. And I mean, with the big celebrations, the 50 years of Fink, who would ever think that would, inevitably it was probably going to happen anyway, right? But we're really at that pointy end where that's now that. And there's a lot of hype over those 50 years of Fink. It's going to be a great celebration up in Alice. But don't let that part of the party escape what's going on here for the first round, because this is important. You carry out of this event the points you need to make that even more a stronger approach to that 50 years. Yeah, absolutely. You see Lockie Bailey there lining up at the start line of our Method Race Wheels Prologue. Really exciting young driver, Lockie. He has sort of struck a nice balance between getting to the finish, but he has a really natural, aggressive style that I love to watch, and he's super exciting in Prologue. And particularly in some of those tighter sections, Sam, that we have got out on this track here, he will excel in that, okay? He will charge hard through that, because he knows that some of those bigger cars are going to round him up in the longer, straighter sections where it really flows fast. And take nothing away from him, this is a fast car too, right? Yeah. He knows how to pedal that thing, and between the two that are in that, that they are almost, as you said, connected at the hip, almost, Siamese to a point where they really understand what's got to come out of that for them to be successful. Last year, probably, as you said, wasn't what they wanted. This year, they'll make that work. Yeah, absolutely. I love the tech in these cars too. You can't afford to discount side by sides, even in outright sort of contentions. Now they are way up the order. I love listening to these things, particularly the Maverick R's with the anti-lag technology they've got there. The things are, they're ready to fire out of the box, even in those slower corners. I just love the way they spool those things up and they just attack, right? Yep. Like from the get-go, it's almost like a wild cat that comes out of a cage and it wants to do something and it's going in a direction. You just don't want to be in its path, right? Those things are just like a banshee. They are just so on fire, and the guys that drive it equally understand what is there, because the testing and the proving that they do in the background drives the changes they make within them. And if you watch what they're doing with some of these things, it's just insane, the work that's spent on them. Yep. So don't be fooled by the small appearance and maybe the noise is maybe not as high tech or high pitched as what the others are with that deep throaty 8. These things are lethal in the right hands. Yeah, they really are. We've seen that the past couple of years, and I reckon we might see more of it this weekend. Some gorgeous overhead shots that we're seeing courtesy of our camera crew. Look at that. That's beautiful. Looks an absolute picture here in Pooncarie this weekend. Well, there you go, mate. That Hollinger gearbox is held together for Prologue. So Adams, looks like he's going to come through and drop a reasonable time on the table. And as I said, we'll wait until we see a handful of the times pop up. But it's pretty cool, right? Yep, absolutely. Heard from a couple of people the main course here this weekend. They're saying, even from their recce run, it's quite choppy already. So a battle of attrition, I guess, I'm guessing, as we move further into the weekend. So let's have a quick look at a couple of times there as they do come through. It looks like Adams has gone through on a 12-minute, just over 12:03. Parker in that production 4x4. Looks like he went through on a 13:01 and a 13:44 for Johnny White. So we'll watch those numbers as they cascade through and some of the other classes start to run through, Sam. But, it's some beautiful shots that we got here, and the guys are doing a great job of getting this across live stream-wise. We really hope the people that are tuning in
either for the whole event or bits and pieces of it through over the next 2 days, that they really get a great feel of what this is about, because I don't know about you, mate, but I'm as excited as hell as to what's going to unfold here this weekend. And I believe there's going to be some really solid surprises in this.
Yep, there always is. So, yeah, look, you can obviously tune in across the weekend on Facebook and on YouTube, on the Motorsport Australia channels and elsewhere as well.
And the bit of love is it's all free.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a free stream. You jump on, you watch it, you check it out, you see what it's about, you get to see all the action, and the amount of gear that the guys have brought up. And this is only a smattering of what they've got where they normally go to, right? They had to carve down some of the gear, but trust me, there is a ton of gear that they've got here, and that's the reason why you see the clarity in the shots that we get, the aerials, and wait till you see some of the in-car footage stuff. That is going to be insane to watch as well, Sam.
Yeah, no, I love seeing these things at full speed. And honestly, there's no better seat in the house than one of those GoPro cameras, I guess, other than being in the car. It's pretty special.
Yeah. And again, we must thank Kaminsky Mining Services for their vision and foresight to want to come on board and be part of what is a spectacular sport, and to provide everybody this great opportunity to be able to see what goes on, but more importantly, keep the 45th championship alive and continue to push forward.
Yeah. So now the side-by-side here, ready to go off the line. And I think this is where we get a barometer of who's who in the zoo. Some of the times that are going to be coming through here, the likes of Lockie Bailey, Greg Campbell, Glenn Ackroyd as well. They are right at the pointy end of the field. They're going to give us a good gauge of what's what, as we see Glenn Ackroyd and Michael Price making their way through.
And again, Sam, we'll watch for, say, 3 or 4 of those times out of these side-by-sides, because I'm expecting them to really carve up that time and out on this Prologue circuit. There's some tight and some fast in amongst it. And I'll really be looking for, where those numbers are going to drop, because that'll be all important for us.
Yeah. Glenn Ackroyd, he's a very special driver. He's a funny one. He loves just head down and going for it. I think that's why we regularly see him at the pointy end of Prologue. I think, it wouldn't be too much of a overemphasis to say that it's one of his favourite points of the weekend, because it's just balls to the wall type stuff. He loves it.
Oh, he's head down business work, you know. It's just get down to business, let's just do it, right?
Yeah.
And there's no mucking about. Once that helmet goes on, Sam, his demeanour absolutely changes to a very focused one, where he knows he needs to deliver, not for anyone else, but for him, his navvy in the car.
Yeah.
We got to deliver, and that's exactly what the guy is geared to do, right?
Yeah, he loves it. See another time coming through there, Adrian Gardner in the Sports Light machine. Again, a 12:07, so at this very early point in time, it seems like anything with an 11 or potentially a 12 in front of it is going to hold you quite well at this end of the field. So we'll wait for more of these side-by-side pros to make their way through.
Yeah, certainly looking like 11 sharp, okay, and 12's on the money, right?
Yep.
So anything outside of that, you're going to be probably having to pedal a little harder to get it up to where it needs to be. But most of these guys are going to drop in this category. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
And the other part to look at with this, Sam, is also what do those numbers look like? Will they fall away as the track starts to knock around, because that's something we need to talk to as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, we've got the quicker guys coming up later this afternoon, and I think the track is going to look very different for them as it is now.
Some great aerials there out of the boys in the GRC Motorsport unit as well, as they crank through them, and then they're not holding back. Check that out. They are shifting like no tomorrow in that. Yeah,
Greg absolutely loves these machines. He's a great advocate for them, and often he has his son or his daughter in the Navi seat. I'm not sure who he's got this weekend. Lachlan Campbell, he's got his son. So, yeah, they make a great duo, whether it's him or his son or him or his daughter, and he's one of the mainstays at these events. Great to see him here at Pooncarie.
The beauty as well, we must touch on while we've got a couple of moments as well, Sam, and you see that person in pink there right at the start line. The amount of officials and volunteers into official duties across the whole weekend has been sensational. We never seem to have too many issues with getting people to help out, but it's those people, like that person right there now, I think that might even be Cat down there potentially. But anyone that's helped out in some way, shape or form is crucial to keep events like this running. Motorsport and particularly off-road racing does not happen unless we've got all of those people, all of the recovery crews we get out on the track across the place, all of those people that are controlling and looking after that and helping us with just even fundamental things across the site. It's all very important to do that. And volunteers, we are literally nothing without them, so we really tip our hat to them over the coming weekend for all the work that they do.
Yeah, they do. These events don't happen without volunteers, without our officials. We started this live stream from 11 a.m. this morning, but the reality is people were out on neighbouring properties opening gates and checking things out and making sure that everything was in order for this event. So they've been here a lot longer than what we're seeing now.
Yeah, correct.
Daniel Challen out on the course. He's another one that I feel like has real potential to be a threat in this side-by-side championship. He's from Alice Springs. He's contested the Fink Desert race on two wheels a few times and then made his way to the side-by-side division. What do they say? With age comes a cage, something like that. But yeah, has been a bit unlucky. I think he's shown a few promising results, and I think if he can keep things together, he could be a real threat this season.
I always say it's age comes the cage, and you got to then suppress the rage.
Yeah,
right?
I like it.
Because as they get older, trust me, the factor of do I, don't I, usually goes out the window. It's like I am doing this, right? Yeah. And that's because age drives that. So it's age, cage, and suppress the rage, right? Let's have a look now. Gardner, as I said, went through on a 12. Let's have a look at some other times there. Johnny Wise at 11:46, so in that provisional, and we will call them provisional in Prologue because everything is set around making sure that we get them all across the line and everyone's all done and everyone's challenges are all finished, and that's how the numbers sit. So some really good numbers coming out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this story. Samuel Commons, 646 here. We're looking at the West Lyme entry. His family, they're rusted on in the off-road community. They're such a staple of this community. Samuel, from memory, is only 15, 16, and he hit the scene last year and was so impressive out of the box. I think he's got a really good shot at a strong result here this weekend.
Well, actually, I'll go one step further. I think the guy's got a really good shot at what he's going to do for the entire season.
Yeah.
Because I think he's one of these guys that will step up at each of the rounds and he'll put not only his best performance on, but he will end up with points that drag him through into bigger and better things. And he has such a future in front of him. Starting in this category, I don't know whether he'll stay in that category really for long if he starts to really give the numbers he should, because people will be chasing him to have a drive with whatever they need in certain teams. And we all know that there's that evolution piece within different classes where guys start to step away, create their own teams. I really feel this guy's got a huge future in front of him. Coming out of the box at the age that he did last year, and to put down what he did, mate, that is almost a fairy tale story, right?
Yeah, seriously. And I think as equally as impressive as his performance on the track was just his demeanour off it. He really blew me away with how sensible he was. He has a really good head on his shoulders, and I think he has a big future ahead of him in off-road.
Yeah, 100%, Sam. You picked it, hit the nail right on the head with that one. 100% see that.
We won't be far away here from a few more times, particularly with the side-by-side pro, and that's, as we said, it's going to give us a great gauge of who's where this weekend and set our running order based on the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Section 1 happening later today. I love the format of this weekend. It's kind of you sink or swim every time you go out, aren't you?
100%.
It's pretty high-stakes stuff.
And if you think it's predictable on the second day, right, you can tear that book up.
Absolutely.
Because it is nothing like that. We've seen how, the fast chargers on the Saturday struggle on the Sunday because, whilst they may have gone across it early on in the day today, it's not going to be like that tomorrow.
No.
Okay, so again, you really have to bring your A game to this one. And some fantastic changes coming up for this event in next year. There's talk of it being a 400k point to point, which means we'll potentially leave out of Kumiella in one of the sponsors, Kumiella Mooring Sporting Club, where we'll do the the show and shine and the scrutineering, leave, run all the way up to Pooncarie, which is this point here, turn around on the following day and go all the way back.
Yeah.
So a totally different format change, but that's next year. We've got this year to contend with, and let me tell you, it's still a fantastic format what we're dealing with this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I do love the there and back format. I mean, Fink's shown that it works. But yeah, he's seeing what they can do. I think either way, they've got access to some great properties. A big shout out to the neighbouring property owners, because without their support, I guess this event doesn't happen. So
correct.
We're really lucky to have what we have here this year.
I'll go as far as waving the flag for the club on this one as well too, because when the club got involved with wanting to run this event, because it was a bit of a hiatus prior to when this really started to kick off, there was a lot of work done with talking to the landowners about what they wanted to do and what needed to be done. The guys went out from the club and had discussions with them and said, we'll run on tracks that we'll make that are not on your tracks, which means that you still get your access, but we'll do what we need to do in ours. But better than that, not only will we work in with you as to where we put them to make sure they're not an issue to you, we'll maintain them. We'll come back and we'll backfill them. I mean, after the event finishes this weekend, the guys will be going out and backfilling and making sure that we cover up what we need to cover up and set it ready for what would be next year. They also went out and spoke to the guys about putting in new fencing areas where the guys said, now if we come through this fence, would that be an issue to you? And what we'll do is we'll put brand new gates and posts and set up what was required. And in some cases, they actually set up fences that linked and interlinked with other parts of their property to ensure that they could then use those through daily operations throughout the year.
Yeah.
So they could fence off certain areas and work with it. So I think that's worked in so well that some of these landowners are now praising what's been done. And the beauty of that also means that when you start talking about that, from here to there thing, there's other landowners that are going to need to be connected into this. Now, if you've got landowners that are really happy with how things have been progressing to start off with, there's nothing better than a recommendation from a landowner to a landowner that these guys do this, right? And they'll just tell you that. Yeah. They actually do it, right? And you and I both know in motorsport how hard it is to try and get properties to run on, right? Yeah. Because of all the technical factors that go around it. But there's nothing better than when you've got people that are ready to step up and do stuff like that as landowners, because they know that that's all what it's all about. So, my hat's off to the team and the club for doing what they do, because they just do it so well.
Yep, absolutely. No, it's a real success story here, as we see more times making their way through. Well, we said an 11-minute, circa 11-minute time would be sharp. In the Method Race Wheels Prologue, we've seen Lockie Bailey come through with a provisional time of 10 minutes 23 seconds. That is very, very quick, ahead of Glenn Ackroyd in a 10:47. So Lockie has really laid down a heater here.
Mate, when we talked about the sharp at 11, mate, that's the pointy end of the field right there. It's not going to get much stronger than that. So, the numbers in the really fast sections are going to be what we need to look at in those 10s. And I mean, what have we got there? Bailey on a 10:23, Ackroyd on a 10:47. They're fast numbers, right?
Yeah, no, that's a minute plus on the rest of the field so far. So I think, with more of these guys coming through, Logan Gill there, provisional time of 10:38 from the West Australian, really good time for him. To get anywhere near Glenn Ackroyd or ahead of Glenn Ackroyd, you're doing well.
Yeah, and that's not a lot of time between them. It's it's pretty tight numbers. But we'll watch those rumble through as provisionals, as we said to start off with, until we can confirm what they are. And again, all so important. And again, we must thank Method Race Wheels for their connections here this weekend. They've seen what they know is a connection to the event, and I could think of nothing better than this Prologue piece that they're sponsoring now. This is so pivotal.
It is. In terms of the weekend, it's great, and it's great to bring you these live pictures from the event. As we said, across the weekend, we're going to have some beautiful aerial shots. We're going to have in-car footage and some great footage here as well. Look at this side-by-side here, just finding its way through heavily corrugated, dusty situation. It's this is going to unfold very interestingly, I think, just between the dust and this track carving up, as you can see.
Mate, that was beautiful to watch. That left-hand wheel was tipped over so far to turn into that right-hand turn that it was just moving kilos of dirt out of the road, right? Yeah. So that wasn't like he was on the brakes slowing off on that thing. He was literally turning it in to push it through the corner. Like they are taking no prisoners out there today, that's for sure.
Absolutely. See Greg Campbell there a few moments ago making his way through this Prologue course. What can Greg do at 11:08? So a little bit off the provisional pace of what we're seeing. But as we said at the start, anything with 11 in front of it's going to be a pretty sharp time.
Correct, yeah, and you know what? He's obviously running on a track now that's a little bit carved up more than what it was earlier. So, but be no bones about it, that 11 is sharp. That's no doubt about it from me.
This side-by-side field is a heavily stacked one this weekend. We've got a few local competitors as well, and guys that have come from across the country. It is one of the most exciting categories for me. I love this three-way battle that we're seeing at the front, but then you got the likes of a Logan Gill getting in between these guys as well. He threatens to really shake things up.
Beautiful pictures of our marshalling area where we're getting ready to load them up to fire them off. Great initiative for the team at the moment. What they're doing here, they're holding them in the Parc Ferme area as a cluster, and they're sending them off at 4 at a time to the start zone, where we're actually sending them off on the start of their prologue, and that's to eliminate the congestion, the clustering that we normally see of everybody meandering around and then trying to find who for where for start. The smart money is stack them up in the Parc Ferme area and fire them off. And of course, this weekend we'll be using that Parc Ferme area for a number of things, including Parc Ferme, where they get that 30-minute window. So, there's a lot to go on here this weekend for these guys to compete with. It
is smart the way they're boxing them up. It does feel a lot less frantic. I mean, how many times do you look at the start of a section and we're waiting for someone that's not there? This has totally mitigated that. It's good.
And the other thing too, Sam, you have to understand that as a competitor, sitting in that car waiting for your time to get away, if there's other factors around it that are cluttering it up, all of a sudden that changes the mood in the cab, right? So doing what they're doing here today, like it doesn't sound like a lot, but I can tell you it means a ton to these guys, because going out in groups of 4, you now only have to contend with 3 others because you're part of that 4, and then it's easy to call up someone out of that group of 4, and each time you call one up, it lessens it to 3, 2 and 1, right? So, and then you fire another 4 up there. So we're watching this transfer through to what we want to see, and it's so smooth. Like, we've not seen one that's missed a start point or a slot anywhere, because it's really graded in the way they're doing it. I think it's fantastic.
Absolutely. And as you say, I think the last thing I'd want as a competitor is sitting at the start line watching 15 people go before me. Sometimes your mind wanders, you can lose concentration. At least here they've got a break up between, where they box them up here in the Parc Ferme area and then moving along, and they're not sitting on that line too long, as you see the next round of competitors getting ready to go.
Yeah, you're right, Sam, and it's exactly that. You're either it's either you become so lapsed with it that you miss what you need, or you boil it over that hard that there's nothing left to boil, right? So you just got to find what that piece is mixed in amongst it. But yeah, we've seen some really good shots out of here for Prologue.
A couple more times coming through. Really interesting to see. These are provisional times, of course, so treat them with a grain of salt. But Daniel Challen from the Northern Territory, a 10:55.8. Lachlan Waters out of Queensland in his side-by-side pro, 10:41. That's a super competitive time. And then Samuel Commons, as we mentioned, in the Westline entry, a 10:58. So yeah, there's not much between them. You could throw a blanket over these guys.
Absolutely. And the other thing that's really cool to watch with these side-by-sides too, Sam, is, look at the profiles of the rear wheels, and there's some technical bits to it. Some of the guys, they run those really narrow wheels to try and, as much as your footprint's probably not as wide as it could be, they do that for simply to try and keep the revs up and get the thing to keep staying on the high end of the RPM and to just drive the thing forward and no lags in it. But, these guys, there's so much that they're learning in side-by-side racing, and if I could talk about the last maybe 5-8 years of side-by-side racing, how it's evolved and changed so dramatically. That once upon a time they were almost like one of those ag-style things, and then they changed so dramatically. And you look at groups like Can-Am and all the rest of it, they've started to really develop that arm of racing like that. And then you've got, layering down groups like Ronco Motors, who are involved with spending so much in some of those teams and looking after. And, Ronco Motors is typically an agricultural firm that do a lot of work with tractors and God knows what else. But as an arm of this division, they are spending a lot of time developing with some of these groups. So, this form of racing in this category has become so tight and so competitive. It's incredible.
You know what I like about it most is that you can do it on a relatively efficient budget as well.
Yep, 100%.
Compared to a trophy truck or a pro buggy, you can turn up in one of these Maverick R machines with, I guess, some little modifications and things to suit you along the way to maybe strengthen it, and you have a competitive machine out of the box, as we saw, with Lockie Bailey in his new entry last year.
And again, these are a complete package too. It's not like you're building parts from somewhere and getting something from somewhere else and you're mating something up to try and make it work. This is like an integral thing from front wheel to back wheel, from lid to base. Everything inside it is collectively there, and you can buy parts really easy for them. And the other bit that's really cool about this that we will talk to as well, Sam, is that you see so many of them entered in there. Very rare do you have anyone come to you in this class and say, I'm out for the weekend because this happened. Yeah. The majority of them continue to do that, and the numbers in that group are so large now, and I've seen it from time to time where somebody's helped somebody else out with something to put on something to keep something going, right? So that's so cool.
I love that sense of community in the AORC. It's always been present, but even now with new competitors coming in and up against families that have been in it for generations, it's really good to see them. That sense of community amongst them, as we see the 656 machine here making their way through. About 18 guys have come through in the Method Race Wheels Prologue so far, and some really competitive times.
Thomas Stevens there, as you can see on screen here, in the 656, and charging out there and doing a really good job out there, pedaling great out there actually.
Taking a look at the pointy end of so far, we've got a bit of a sample base to look at, but it is Lachlan Bailey, the South Australian, who is leading so far, 10:23. That is the benchmark time to beat. We've still got a host of buggies and, of course, our trophy trucks to finish this field. But as we said before, they're going to be confronted with a dustier, rougher track than what we're seeing the first cars having to come up against.
And that's an interesting point to talk to as well, Sam. These side-by-sides, the wheelbase on those things are quite narrow compared to the trophy truck, which is the wider wheelbase with, again, the bigger footprints off the tyres on those things as well. So some of the areas for them won't be as cut up because they'll be using ground that's probably not been hit as hard with some of these smaller trucks. But trust me, in amongst all of that carve up in underneath the bull dust, there's going to be things that will challenge them.
Yeah.
They're a bigger truck, they can probably take bigger hits, but unfortunately with a bigger hammer, you have to swing it harder, all right? So if you're going to tag something in a bigger truck, you're probably going to do it at a lot bigger pace and with a little bit more weight than what these things are. These things tend to ricochet a little bit off things and probably don't wear the damage hardly as much as some of those bigger moving shovels, right? Once you start ploughing them through the dirt and you find things, that's where we'll see maybe some hard luck stories in amongst it. And hopefully it's not the case, but typically it's what happens. So we'll be watching that too, and how will they compete across the track on that. And then we go back into full-length laps.
Yeah, absolutely. So, in terms of that, like the Prologue course is going to be pretty chewed up. If you're a trophy truck driver, are you looking for a particular section in the corner? Is there a certain type of dirt that you want to be chasing to be able to do well here? What's the secret?
Well, I think the guys, for them it's... For those styles of trucks, you really need to flow. You need the speed and the flow. So you kind of got to rumble across the top of things as best you can and keep that ground speed up. You can't, the moment you bog down into some of the environment around you that you're in, you start to lose wash speed off. You start to strike things that you don't want to strike. Your focus tends to shift, but some of them will tell you, the moment you get that speed up and you run, you've really got to do that. And corners for them is about fast flowing corners. If it's dirt that's not been turned up a lot, maybe that's your mark to start off with. Or if you can see it is a really nice line that you've got to run, well, you stick with that, because a bit like riding a berm on a bike, sometimes the flow on that turn is exactly what you want. But, it's the commitment. That's the word I'd look for, the commitment. The commitment to that turn. You can see it from a long way back when you're running at speed, and it's like, we're going to do that kind of about this pace, and that's what you're committed to. And if something's going to change halfway through it, mate, you got to wear it, right?
Yeah.
You just deal with it.
Absolutely. See more of these side-by-side competitors coming through. Some great shots of Warren Ward from New South Wales making his way around the track a little earlier. More times coming through here in the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Benjamin Nixon among the latest from South Australia, and as we've said, that 11 minute, sub 11 minute time is going to hold you in pretty good stead based on the provisional times we've seen in the opening minutes here in the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Lockie Bailey still your fastest time of a 10.23 ahead of Logan Gill, 10.38, Lachlan Waters, 10.41, and Glenn Ackroyd at 10.40.
That's 6.30 out there of Reece van der Hulst out of Victoria in the side-by-side pro there, chasing along nicely. He's carrying great ground. Look at that dirt shot off that rear wheel there, Sam. That's beautiful to watch because that's showing you clearly it's tracking smack bang in the middle of the dirt, and that dirt coming off that centre section of tread tells you that it's a dead straight run, and that thing is absolutely powering away. That's great. That's great footage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see some aerial stuff here as well because it gives you a sense of just this Prologue course isn't just tight, winding, twisty stuff. There's going to be some really high-speed stuff too, and this is where the trophy trucks and the pro buggies really earn their money and the faster stuff because they're going to be hard-pressed to kind of keep with these guys in the tighter situations.
Today we'll see them get into some of the long stuff as well, some of the long laps, and then tomorrow we kick off nice and early with the guys doing long laps as well. And one of the things that we haven't spoken about, which we'll probably spend a bit more time on tomorrow, is the fact that not only have you got the track to contend with, but you've also got wildlife. Okay, yeah. Tomorrow morning I can guarantee you there'll be stories coming back from the guys about the wildlife they came across. Condo only 2 weeks ago, we were up there for the 750, great event up there, but the amount of wildlife out there they encountered was incredible. No different here. With the wildlife out there that we've got as far as feed we were talking about, and the greenery out there, and some of the pockets of water with his drinking locations, this track goes through some of those sections, right? So there's going to be some really unique stories about what they've come across, what they've seen, and if it's enough to contend with the fact that you want a tight, clean set of lines to give you the best result time-wise, there's that other factor that you've got to deal with too. And early in the morning, I mean, obviously it's theirs to start off with until we kind of lever it out of them and become ours, but, it is what it is.
Yeah, just another variable in off-road racing because we need another one. Even the drive out from Wentworth this morning, there's plenty of wildlife on the main roads here as well, so you got to have your wits about you, that's for sure.
Beautiful shots again going out in our live stream. We do thank Phil and all the team for all the work that they do in the background. They do a ton of work to provide you with what is the best seat in the house without leaving your house, right?
Yeah.
To be able to do that. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that are tuned in that are on the move. Look, that's a beautiful shot. Look, there's the main road section. That was beautiful. Main road section coming in, and then, of course, how close they're getting to that. And there are some really good vantage points on the full track section as well, Sam. People can drive out from Wentworth towards Pooncarie and pull up at a couple of locations where they can park up and literally watch from the edge of the road where these things are coming through at pace, obviously on a closed area where they can't get into, like we're seeing right here.
Yeah, great vantage point there from that turn. They get a nice mix of different things. As you can see, the main road there that makes its way through Wentworth as well. But if we treat this as the entree, the main course is coming up. It's not far away. I look at the entry list that we've got. Extreme four-wheel drive after the side-by-sides here. Brett Smoothie, Hayden Bentley, Brett Comiskey, Phil Lovett, Darren Wright. There's some really big names here this weekend.
And Hannah Bentley driving in one of the trucks as well. She had probably a campaign last year here when she drove that wasn't probably what she really wanted it to be.
Yep.
And I think a lot of that was probably a bit of a learning curve for her as the expectation and what she wanted to get out of it. Trust me, she's come here this year with a whole different mindset, right?
Yeah.
She's going to drive that thing the way she intended to drive it. And it was really funny to watch because at the end of last year here, she actually got the recipe right. She knew what she needed to deliver, and she was kicking herself that she didn't do it earlier in the piece. But she comes here today, or this weekend, with a different level of enthusiasm and a lot more vigour in the way she's going to drive that thing. So, mate, I am telling you that she's going to be one to watch. And, you know, for the girls out there that are watching the broadcast and or the live stream here and are getting behind the girls in motorsport, keep your eyes on her, right? Because she is going to give it all this weekend, trust me.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what Hannah can do. She's been pretty formidable the past couple of seasons. She obviously comes from a family that's very well known, the Bentley family in off-road circles. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what her and her brother can do this weekend.
Correct. And the Bentleys, you know, I go back a long way with Hayden Bentley. I can remember doing things with Hayden back in the year, calling at the Kempsey Macleay Off-Road Bridgestone International and a number of other events that he used to do up that way. And that's got to be 20, 25 years ago, right? Man. So, like, seen some really cool things back in the day. And Hayden was one of those guys who really put everything into it. And if you think that's sort of waned a little, you've only got to look at the effort that they've put in with those two this weekend, mate. It will be worth watching. So, yeah.
We see one of the Bentley entries making their way from this Parc Fermé staging area onto the start line of the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Brett Comiskey as well. The cylinder count is growing. I can feel it.
I was going to say, whilst you can hear it, it's when you feel it, right?
Yeah, you know it's close.
Yeah, as Bobby Stansfield would have said years ago, pistons the size of manhole covers, right?
Exactly,
he was a no hold barred guy who was just about the bigger the engine, the more punch you get out of it, and that's just how it works, right? So. But he would have loved this category as well because he loved competition too.
Yeah, I think the efficiency and refinement in modern engines now is impressive. You know, the old adage of there's no replacement for displacement might be true in some capacities, but it's great to see what these smaller machines are doing now.
Mate, I love the dance that these things put together. It's great.
Yeah. Very exciting to watch.
Well, looking through it, Sam, we'll pick out some of the shots that we can see as far as some of the times through here. So I think we've got, sitting on the 10s, we've got the likes of Lachlan Waters on a 10.41, a 10.55 for Daniel Challen out of the Northern Territory, a 10.38 for Logan Gill, WA, 10.47 for Glenn Ackroyd. And kind of benchmarking for me, that's kind of the time I think, if you're faster than that, you're probably really going hard.
Yep.
If you're around about that time, based around the experience that Glenn Ackroyd's got, that's kind of about the number to be at.
Yeah.
A 10.23 from Lachlan Bailey, that's really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons with them. But, as far as that time gives you a good start, you got to deliver it on the long laps too now, right? So that's going to be hard to do. And when you've got a guy like, Ackroyd breathing down your neck and he's only a handful of seconds behind you in Prologue, he ain't going to be that on the long laps, mate. Trust me, you're going to be right on your tail.
He will be. And, not to mention these bigger machines, I won't be surprised if we see Ackroyd and Bailey up there, in the outright rankings quite highly as well. So you're a bit of a sitting duck there. You need to back it up when it comes time to that long course.
Correct. Some beautiful shots. I just cannot get over. Phil and the guys are doing an awesome job mixing all of the footage in for us here this weekend. And, of course, a lot of it being committed to and turned around at Tamworth, where one of the guys at the base back there is working through the footage that's sent through as well. So we've got a team of really skilled guys pulling together this broadcast for us this weekend, and this live stream is just incredible to watch.
Yep. You will see these live streams feature throughout the AORC this year, the 45th year of this competition, and no better way other than being here to watch it than on a live stream. You get the best of everything.
Great to watch Clint Broomhall home in the side-by-side out of Tasmania. He's come a long way to be with us this weekend.
Yeah.
First of our big bangers.
That is the 8-course machine of Brent Smoothie. He had a bit of a breakout in 2025, Brent. He's been at this for a long time too, but I think, he's another one where getting to the finish line, it was always sort of something crawling him of a strong result. And he had a couple of really good podiums last year.
Mm-hmm.
We had a 1, 2, 3 of the WA boys at the end of the year in Kalgoorlie. So Brent's coming from a really strong base, and he is not mucking around here. Look at the speed of this thing.
And trust me, this thing is a real investment. the amount of money that's been spent to put that right where it is right now without anything else that's to come is a lot of cash, right?
Yeah, huge.
This guy is so committed to this sport, and this vehicle is testimony to it. At the show and shine yesterday, we looked at a whole heap of different cars, and I tried to make sure we went through all the different categories and stuff with it and talked to different drivers from different groups. But you walk around that smoothie car and you have a look at it, and literally nothing is out of place. Everything is exactly where it needs to be. The tie-offs are not only just tied off, but they're tied off and cleated correctly. Like, there is nothing out of place on that car anywhere. And I'm expecting that thing to deliver some really good numbers, because this guy is just driven to try and put the best performance forward. Bare no bones. I'm going to be looking for his time when that thing comes back into the arena.
Yeah, here we see the Bentley machine making its way around as well, looking pretty neat and tidy through one of the first corners there.
I reckon that's the Hannah Bentley car. We'll wait and see when that comes through, but that looks very much like hers.
You see the dust there. A little bit of wind there, which means it's moving away from the course. So in terms of vision, probably not as bad as it could be, thanks to that breeze.
We do need a little bit of that, particularly this afternoon, to get into some of the longer, faster sections out in that long lap part. Beautiful view here of the race course. Those guide rails you can see in the vision there, and in that lower section of our vision there as well. What people don't have to understand is that this is actually a proper horse race course. Okay, once a year they run the Pooncarie Cup up here. It's a big deal. It's a great money spinner for the local economy up here, and it does a great job of doing that. And as we can see, Kaminsky up there now too, Sam.
Yeah, this is an ex-Toby Price machine. This one actually won the Fink Desert race, I believe, in 2023 with Toby at the wheel. So some really good pedigree in this truck. And Brett is always consistent, always towards the front. He's, of course, the boss man at Kaminsky Mining Services, our naming rights sponsor of the ORC this year, and a great stalwart in off-road racing.
Beautiful line he's taking through there, and again, Brett's the sort of guy that drives with his head. He understands what's needed, and he knows that this is a 2-day event. There's a lot of work to be done to pedal to a victory at this one. So he is certainly going to drive with that in mind, and great to see him in those earlier shots, just driving away and having a real good time out there, right?
Absolutely. We'll get a good form guide for who's who in the next few minutes. See where these guys track compared to the side-by-side machines.
The Lovett's truck now pulling through beautifully. It's great aerials, just washing away that dust. That's great.
Yeah, I love to see it.
Cannot thank the landowners enough for what they've done to allow us the ability to get on these properties, Sam, and race through them in a time where there's so much going on with other forms of motorsport, that this one continues to go strength to strength. And I mean, this year, looking at the volume of entrants that we've had, this is one of the bigger fields that we've had for the running of the event. Just shows the commitment that the people continue to come back because they love the event, they love the way it's set up, but we could not run it without all of those landowners. So big hats off and thank you to each and every one of them that are involved here this weekend.
Yeah, they're a huge part of why this event can happen and continue to happen, so big thank you to them.
With that beautiful tight angle as they go through the hairpin there, and look at the crowd on the left-hand side there, watching them stoke it up and get away from us, and as they put their best time forward for Prologue today.
They're definitely on the right side of the dust there, aren't they, those spectators?
100%.
Some beautiful aerial shots making their way through here. Great to see so many different angles this weekend, and I'm super excited to see some of the onboards that we're going to have from Section 1.
Well, this road you can see here on the left-hand side, Sam, believe it or not, is the bitumen road that heads out towards the Menindee location. A lot of mining being done out in that section out towards that way up there. So that road is used quite regularly for a lot of transporting in and out of that region there, but certainly a lot of people getting a great vantage point now parked on the edge of that road just watching what's going on.
Absolutely. Danielle Foote, we mentioned her before. The Victorian side-by-side driver. She's made her way through 12:14. That's not too bad. It's in pretty good stead.
Pretty solid. Vehicles just inching up gently. And of course, these ones you can see in the shot here are actually going back to the pit area, Sam. They've completed the Prologue. As you can see, the Kaminsky mining signs up there making it very clear. And of course, big thank you to the Method Race Wheels guys for sponsorship in Prologue this weekend, allowing them to slow off and come through and then head into the pit area as well. And you can see this crossover here, so those vehicles coming through now have to give way to what we call the fast cars coming home. So the guys coming through those flags at the top there will actually traverse through and have right of way as the next four get ushered out to the Method race start point.
Yeah. Very good.
And again, marshals in that area all the way through, make sure that we keep everything as tight and as safe as we possibly can, because let's face it, that's what this sport is about. It's about having a great time, but doing it safely,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, it is that fine balance, absolutely. And it's been, I must say, I don't want to speak too early, but we've pretty seamless prologue so far. The Method Race Wheels Prologue here at Pooncarie. I've seen everyone make their way back nice and clean and tidy, which is what we want to see.
Yeah, look, I think, that this format of holding them like we see right here before the next four are sent through, and then allowing those others to complete the prologue and get right away back to the pits means they can get back and start, because let's face it, it's not just the prologue they've got to do today, they've got other laps to do, so the sooner they can get back, get themselves set up, changed, and anything that they want to alter, they can do that as quickly as they can in preparation before we start again, and that's really important. They've got to do that. They've got to get back, get set, and track to go and out again.
Lachlan Bailey, of course, the provisional fastest prologue time here at Pooncarie with a 10:23. But for how long, John? Can he hold on to it? We've got the likes of Brent Smoothie and the Extreme 4x4 guys coming through.
I can tell you that's going to fall.
Yeah.
Right,
he's picked it.
100%. As I said, the way these guys drive with those wider wheelbases, like you can see on screen there, and the bigger footprint tyres. I mean, you look at the front and rear wheels on that.
Yeah.
The back is designed to drive. Okay, big long blocks, big open style footprint to clear dirt out as it drives. The wheels in the front have the narrower style, higher and closer knit tread profile. That's purely just to steer. And to be really honest with you, there are times when probably they're not steering that well because there's so much in the back end of this driving that it pushes the thing. So, it's a great shot we can see there of that Toddy car right now. Looking at the wheels, they are way different between the tread patterns, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Dale Martin behind him as well, one of the front runners in the pro buggy category. There's no Jared Percival this weekend, the reigning AORC champion for pro buggies, so it's a wide open field.
One of the local guys in James Print Motorsport. Of course, the James Print family have been around for a long time locally here, have supported this event over the years, time and time again, and Aaron James and all of the team there involved with that team right from the very get-go, and of course he's young bloke now driving as well, so that's fantastic to see them still competing in this sport as well.
Brent Smoothie, we saw a few moments ago making his way around the course. I don't think he'd be too far from the finish. Watching that car kind of almost porpoise between braking and accelerating. You a left foot braker? How do you...
Oh, mate, not at all. For me, it's more about what these guys will do. Left foot braking for me is the way to get around quick, because it's about don't wash the speed off as fast as you can, but keep the gas up so that the thing still drives upwards. It's a fine line, right? A lot of people can't do it. It takes a lot of skill and a lot of practice to get it right, okay? Because it really is pretty ordinary if you get it wrong altogether, but look, it is what it is. It's great footage though, Nose up, tail down, driving and steering it through. That's kind of what you got to do.
It's like this, it's like a flex, isn't it? The squat under the power. It's quite impressive to see. Brent is on it here.
Is he ever? And if you watch the style of driving there, very rarely does he get the nose down. He tries to keep that up all the time, and like it is now, that is typical trophy truck territory right there, right?
pretty tidy as he makes his way through the finish here. As you said, just exploding through that looser dust, taking advantage of a wider track.
Nose down, but not really down, right?
Yeah.
Great finish. Let's have a look at what that's going to look like. But again, I want, for me, I'd like to see 2 or 3 times 3 at least to really get a good handle on where they're going to sit.
All right, so a provisional time there of 10:45.3 for Brent Smoothie. Definitely puts him up there, but it is Bailey who continues to hold it based on our provisional times in the Method Race Wheels Prologue.
And if that ends up being the fastest time, Sam, okay, that's going to be sensational going into our long laps because it's a real solid effort.
Yeah,
I really feel though that likes of these guys in these pro buggies and the like now are going to start to they'll tumble those times.
Yeah, it is impressive though. We're still a side by side 1, 2, 3 as it stands. So the pressure's on some of these bigger trucks and buggies to really make an imprint here.
And again, we continue to pull through cars and drivers and start to gather the times. Hayden Bentley through there by the look of it in the 10:52. So again, in that just under 11 minute category. Next to the cars through. We're in pro buggy class now for these guys. Let's have a look. This is the 122 tank wheeled entry.
Pretty tidy as they make their way through, running parallel with the main road here in Wentworth.
Beautiful little place here in Pooncarie where township grows from like 200 people to about 2,000 overnight when this event comes to town. That's not a bad thing, right?
Yeah, it's great to see the community get behind it. I mean, even neighbouring Wentworth, the signage up everywhere, the pubs are full. It's great to see what the AORC does for local communities. Brett Comiskey made his way across now, and it's pretty tight there between himself and Brent Smoothie, so he goes quick enough for 5th outright based on our provisional times here in the Method Race Wheels Prologue, a 10:46.1. So still about 23 seconds from our fastest provisional time, Lachlan Bailey, in that side-by-side.
100%. And that's a great effort, right? That's a really good effort. But there are a lot of big wheelbase units to go across now. I think something like about 70-odd entries, 74 entries or something like that we had, Sam, from the get-go for this one this morning. So next time across, let's have a look at Phil Lovett at 10:42. So that's got to be the fastest so far for
the bigger ones,
Yeah, for the bigger guys in the extreme 4x4.
Yeah, there it is, the ground shake that we're talking about. We know we're in the business end of things now because we've got the bigger trucks and buggies making their way through.
Brent Smoothie sitting in that one there in the 847. He's had a pretty good hit out at it.
Yeah, lots to come here still in the Pooncarie Desert Dash Method Race Wheels Prologue. We've seen more than 30 side-by-side machines really lay down some strong times there. I was looking at the second of the Ronco Motor entries there. Lockie Bailey's dad is another stalwart of off-road racing in Australia, but still, our extreme four-wheel drive machines making their way through. What's happening here?
Looks like they're still carrying some speed, but certainly weren't as quick as what we've seen others in the previous. So let's keep an eye on this Nissan Patrol Ute. Obviously, totally different class, Sam, with this one.
Yeah. It's great though. I love the makeup of these rounds and of this series. You've got something like a production four-wheel drive class, which is going to resemble as close as a road car as you'll find in this form of racing, through to a highly sought-after Mason V8 Ute machine like the trophy trucks that we see.
It's incredible to see how tight those times are. I mean, for the 4 across the line, the fastest looks like a 10:42 and a 10:52 for Hayden Bentley. And everything in between it, there's not a lot separating those guys in that class so far.
Yeah, over the course of this prologue sort of distance, it's definitely very tight there.
See the bind up on the transmission and the car as it sits on the brakes and lurches. That release is incredible when they finally get off the mark and get going. It's almost like a spider jumping in 4 legs instead of 8, right? But that's kind of what they look like as they dance through the terrain out there. And anybody that's ever ridden in one of these things will know that it's an incredible feeling, because the thing literally is propelled and everything dances underneath you.
Yeah.
And if you got it set up right, it dances and stays in a straight line. It's only when it's not quite correct that you start to get that scattering effect as it creeps through the scrub. So there's a fine line between how hard you get on the gas. And typically that cut and thrust style, on the brakes hard and on the gas hard, that up and down movement is something that you kind of try to avoid, because to get it mobile, it spends a ton of gas and it's trying to drive the thing as hard as it can out, which is all driveline load. Under brakes, same deal, everything's on the nose, and you're trying to, and at the same time you're trying to wash speed off. That's what you don't want. You kind of want it to be sitting up and dancing through the scrub or across the terrain, and utilising the full suspension loads that you've got. Now, if you've got it all set up and it works correctly, great. If it's not, that's what you're chasing.
Yeah, and you hear guys talk about it at places like Fink, getting on top of the bumps, particularly the longer extended sections of moguls. I mean, we've talked about engine technology improving, but how about the suspension technology? Like with some of the Fox Shots units that we're seeing in these bigger cars, they're so impressive.
100%, and the money is probably spent more on that than anything else, because frame geometry, so to get technical here, frame geometry is an art in itself. People call it black magic, or whatever you want to call it, right? Or a black art. It kind of is, but it's that piece underneath it that strings it all together. I always sort of say, the rubber bands that hold it all together, that's where the money gets spent, because a car that handles really well, you can eliminate some horsepower out of it because it handles so well. A bullet that disappears out of a barrel will do the damage if it's aimed correctly. And it's like this: if you've got the suspension set up right here, what you throw at it is now dependent upon how much you want to drive through the train out and continue momentum at the right pace. And does it need tons of horsepower? Maybe not, right? We've seen some of those cars with smaller engine capacities do very well, because they have that package set up so well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those little Can-Ams or the little side-by-sides are a great example of that, right? They're not overly powerful. The wheelbase may well be shorter and smaller tyres and all the rest of it, but, the guys spend a lot of time getting those setups right suspension-wise to be able to make them dance and drive correctly.
Yeah, and you see them. It's not, we talk about them being turnkey. They are, but you've still got to have your setup right. As we see 6 side-by-sides now in our top 10 in the provisional times in the Method Race Wheels Prologue. They're really showing their value out there on that shorter course.
Watching the remainder of the field start to come through. Darren Wright from New South Wales there in Extreme 4x4 through on a 1304, and he's one of the guys that has finished now. He'll be heading back to the pit area to get organised for his long laps.
Great time there from John Towers as well in the Prolight machine, a 10:31. That's good enough for second. It's a great result there from John. He actually had a couple of breakout appearances last year. I believe it was Loveday was leading the field there on day one. So when things go right for John and everything lines up, he's a super competitive guy in this AORC field.
Loveday was one of those rounds, Sam, I think you'd agree, where there were a lot of things that happened in that round that some guys had things happen to them that they were not expecting.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Love Day traditionally is one of those events that again is not about an easy ride. If you think you're going to Love Day to do really well without putting the work in or doing what you need to do over that weekend and pedal to the conditions, mate, you are sorely mistaken, right? If you do well at Love Day, it's because you earned it.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the weather systems we saw there last year. It was like soap in that mud, wasn't it? It was just crazy.
Man. And it was just like skating on glass, right? Like dust on glass.
Yeah.
It was just horrendous. But, for those guys that were on the money, they made changes and they did what they needed to do to stay on top of it, and hats off to them. But it caught a lot of people by surprise.
Absolutely. We see some more entries making their way back through in the Method Race Wheels Prologue, and you called it, John. You said that someone was going to beat Lachlan Bailey. Well, provisionally, we see Brent Martin from Victoria and the Prolight machine at 10:15.6. So edges out Bailey by about 8 seconds there. Super impressive time.
Now, if you want to have a chat to someone, have a chat to him, because he'll tell you how hard it was to do that, right? Because I'm not kidding you. That is a sensational time, right?
Great time.
He's carved numbers out of that like you wouldn't believe. So good work, Brent Martin.
The question is, how much time is out there to find for these remaining competitors?
To be honest with you, from my end, I don't think you're going to see him drop a huge amount more than that. Just my gut feel, because this track now, this Prologue track for the guys at some of these teams, they're struggling to gather some of the spots where it's starting to get eaten out. For Method Race Wheels, mate, I think they've picked a great thing to sponsor in the Prologue, because this is almost a race in it. Well, it is a race in a race, but it is a race to really do well in.
Yeah.
You can't not do well in this.
We always have more questions than answers at this point on the weekend, as we see Royden Bailey making his way through the dust. I mean, that in itself is a big disadvantage compared to, say someone like his son who went out in relatively clear air. So you're at a bit of a deficit to start with. You've got a power advantage there, but the conditions are certainly getting trickier.
Well, look at the amount of dust that we can see flying now. And yes, we have got a bit of wind that's moving the dirt away, but the dust is the result of the ground being thumped.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
So it's starting to eat away, and it's starting to become somewhere where you really got to pick your lines. So you're really going to have to be on your game.
Great aerial shots of Royden Bailey there making his way around this Prologue course in his Pro Buggy machine. He is one of the seasoned campaigners here in the AORC. Great family, the Bailey family, and great supporters of the AORC as well.
Beautiful sets of flags there. Sam will talk to where the guys leave, with the Method Race Wheels on one side and the Kaminsky Mining Services flags on the other. It's just it's a really picturesque look to see them leaving.
Yeah, and despite what you might think with the dust, if you're just tuning in, it's been pretty nice conditions leading into this weekend at Pooncarie. They've had quite a bit of rain here lately. I mean, certainly for me, coming along for the first time this weekend, the first thing I noticed just how vibrant and green the region looks.
Mm-hmm. And even some areas of water laying, where some of the wildlife are getting to, and even stock using some of it. And they're not intended water holes.
No.
They're just depressions where the amount of rain has landed. Yeah. So conditions couldn't be better, but as I said, if we thought we were going to lose dust and we had enough rain to clean that up, well, mate, you were sorely mistaken. It's always been a dusty event.
Yeah.
But the fact that we have long laps means that the track shouldn't get as knocked around as possible. That's not a good sign.
No, that's suboptimal, as they say, but we'll see how that competitor goes. We had Brett Rogers in the 95 machine, the Pro Buggy, alongside his navigator Brett Richardson, leading the line a few moments ago. We're certainly getting to the pointy end of the field here. There's Brett there making his way around, looking pretty tidy, squatting under power as we were talking about.
Benjamin Falk back from New South Wales on an 11.17, and Alan Dixon out of Victoria also on a Pro Light on 11.13. So fairly close, fairly tidy times for both those guys.
Talking about the suspension before, that aerial shot there of just how connected that buggy looked to the ground underneath it. You had so much happening, but the wheels were returning to the ground so quickly. They've obviously got a good balance and set up in the car there. The rebound is working as it should, being able to connect the car to the ground.
That car that got away there, that one that we can see is the the centralised demountables entry of Josh Wilson. Josh is another of these guys that's a local who does a power of work around here, and obviously one of the sponsors in the event here this weekend in the 73 buggy. Josh has been around for a number of years now, and he's learnt that you've got to finish events to do well. And last year's Pooncarie Desert Dash for him was a real learning curve, because he did finish, and he finished reasonably well on it, right? So he's now of the understanding that he's got to make sure he gets there. So he'll drive that to the nth degree. But like he said in the chat we had yesterday, you know what you need to do to get it home. How far in front of that you need to drive to get it home in a really good position without turning it to custard, all right? So it's one of those fine lines of how do you push and how do you drive. And again, it's about, you know, what are the measurables in the track that you're driving to? How do you drive to survive?
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke before about pretty seamless running so far here in the Method Race with this Prologue. Tyson Garver has just crossed the line from Queensland in his side-by-side pro with a time of 30 minutes 50, so I might have to go do a bit of walking around the pits to find out what's happened there.
Good news bad news, good news, okay? Bad news, he's probably going to start a long way down in the field. Good news is he's got a bit of time between now and what he needs to do to start today. Hopefully there's nothing too sinister in what's happened with that one there. But again, if he can get that sorted, you know, he'll have 2 full days of what he needs to do going forward, and he's not going to hopefully carry something wounded going forward. But,
This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we've really been waiting for this morning in the Method Race with this Prologue. Boston Morgan Horan about to make his way from the staging Parc Fermé area to the line. Now, you talk about exciting drivers. They don't come much more exciting and unpredictable as Boston.
Mate, this guy turned up last year and literally blitzed everybody. He was putting numbers down that people were just blown away by, right? Yeah. And his first lap was just dynamite. But then he had that altercation out there. I reckon it was in lap 2. And it all just stopped, right? So I think he's got a much better understanding of what's in front of him here this weekend now. And trust me, that vehicle, even though it's housed in, I believe, Adelaide, they keep it there, and then others come out to drive it. He would have dusted that thing off and prepped it no end to be here this weekend. That's the one we're going to have to keep an eye on as far as times today.
Yeah, well, I sort of posed the question before, how much time is being left out there? I reckon he's the guy to answer that.
He's the measure.
Yep, absolutely.
He's your measure, Sam, no doubt about it.
But he had an interesting 2025. As you said, we saw glimpses of speed from him that, you know, was just out of this world. But it's, as we know with off-road racing, you got to keep it together across the course of a season. I think he learned that the hard way.
Yeah. I suppose that's a reputation you don't want, you know, the fastest guy that crashes out every time. You do not want that, right? Yeah. And I'm honestly talking to him last night. He knows what's got to be done to deliver. Yeah. And it was a changed guy I was talking to last night, because he was reserved. He knows what he's got to do to deliver it. I really feel, you know, we talked about some surprises this weekend. Really feel he's one of them. He's going to have a different campaign this time around, and indeed for the season.
You can see it in his demeanour and complexion. Just this last week I followed too. He has really matured as a driver and as a person. So I would not be surprised if he's, you know, we're going to see a hot time from him, no doubt, if he can keep things together in this Prologue. But I think he makes business across the course of the season here. He's playing the long game as well.
You got it. And that's kind of the feeling I got talking to him last night. It was like, you know, okay, all the cymbals and the drums are gone. I got a melody out of him, right? Yeah. He is dead set viewing what he needs to do for the season.
Yeah.
That's great, right?
Oh, that's all part of it. It's about, you know, as we said, maturing in this sport. And recognising that sometimes it's worth playing the long game when you need to. So we have a new benchmark time. Sorry, John. Dale Martin. We mentioned him before in the Pro Buggy, one of the front runners, 10 minutes 10. So he has edged out Todd Lehman, also in a Pro Buggy, and Brent Martin. 5 seconds covering your top 3 provisionally here in the Method Race with this Prologue. We talk about it being one of the most exciting points of the weekend. Johnny has delivered massively.
Yeah, correct. And there will be someone that will go under 10.
Yeah.
All right. And I don't believe it's probably going to be someone like that 489 buggy that could potentially potentially do that.
Yeah.
But if he does, that will be a big ask, all right? Because it really should be something like we see on screen now. The League Mudgee Cranes entry down there, that's the sort of vehicle that we should be seeing those sort of numbers out of.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think? Is this course that we're going to see this afternoon, is it more favoured to a trophy truck or a pro buggy than a side-by-side? What are your thoughts on that?
Mate, I would say it's probably more leaning towards the bigger trucks and the pro buggies, only because some of the straights and some of the lengths out there are 100% their territory.
Yeah.
There's a lot of tight stuff there too, but it's certainly not as tight as what these guys would like. I mean, if it was something in the side by sides like Loveday, or some of those more sort of Millicent areas where there's a lot tighter clustering and those sorts of things, that's sort of what they'd be looking for.
Yeah.
There's not a ton of that, although there is some in it. There's no doubt about that. It's more those big open flying fast style tracks that these guys love. So I'm favouring it to them more than the other. But you know what? That's not to say that we're seeing some great times out of those side by sides, and you have to also understand that they're developing year upon year. It's like a cluster of ants taking over the world, these guys, right?
Nice analogy. A little bit wide there on that corner, but looking tidy overall. We're seeing a real cross-section of different categories featuring our top 10. We've got the pro buggies, and I think soon the extreme two-wheel drive truck's going to fare strongly, but still some pro lights and some side-by-side machines as well.
You know what's really cool though, Sam, looking at all the numbers clustered together, I mean, if I talk about the speed, so that the guys that are putting numbers down at speed, so we're not talking about the guys that are slowing right off because they got a problem, all right? We had some 13s, and our 13s go as far as our 10s.
Yeah.
So we've only got 3 minutes, mate, between literally everybody.
Everyone, yeah.
Okay? So we haven't got this total separation that you'd sometimes see at some events.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we see the big guys making their way, Boston Morgan Horan, Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt in their new look two-wheel drive performance Mason trophy truck, as well as Royden Bailey makes his way across the finish line.
Well, there you go. There's a time for him at 10:51.7 for Royden Bailey. So SA driver would be happy with that. And 11:01 for Kai Camilleri out of Queensland. Good travel down for him. A long way to go to be part of the first round here. But 11:01, that's not an unrespectable time, man. That's a good time. That's sharp.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're hypothetically sitting on the start line here, ready to do your prologue, what do you have a goal in mind in terms of time? What do you think is going to be competitive?
Oh, look, I think if you start to see the numbers and you understand where some of the other classes are sitting, if you're first in your class to get away, you're kind of looking at it from a point of view that, what was it like last year versus this year potentially?
Yeah.
If you're in a group that you're already looking at and you're thinking, where does some of the numbers that are being put down, is that a risk number? They've gone so hard that they've taken a lot of risks with this, or do you just look at it and go, you know what, my number last year kind of looked like this? If you're fresh at it, I don't think you're really bothering about the number. Okay, you're looking at it from a point of view is, what am I going to do as far as my best drive today? And I'll judge it from once I've seen that. And plus the other thing is, it gives you the opportunity to get a good handle on what you may expect in the longer distance stuff too.
Yeah. Well, this is what we've been waiting for. This is the main course, as they say. Boston Morgan Horan, Navigator Will Haddock about to set off in method Prologue, Race Wheels Prologue here, Pooncarie Desert Dash. Super excited to see what these guys can put together. They make a great team. Very quiet, very understated, but once they pull those helmets on, they mean business.
Mm-hmm. Lovely open wide shots.
Yeah, it is beautiful country.
And this area here, Sam, that we're talking about while we watch this one get away, there's not a lot of trees in this area we're looking at here, so it's quite wide open. This guy will attack from the get-go.
Yeah.
He will want a great Prologue time because he wants to start today in a really good spot. And the only way you're going to get it is to deliver it.
Yeah, absolutely. And as much as we talk about, being consistent over a weekend, there's probably no bigger statement than a strong time here, right, to the rest of your field.
Well, I think, Ayrton Senna was a ripper for mentally telling other people by your performance that you're behind me.
Yeah.
Okay? He was an intimidator. I'm not saying this guy is. What this guy does is he drives his own race. He wants, if the performance isn't what he wants in Prologue today, you may not hear about it, but within the team, they'll hear about it, okay? But this guy will want to deliver his best shot forward. And what he'll want to do is he'll want to send a message to all the rest of the field that if you hear me coming, get out of my way. Because I am on the move and I'm here to do the business.
Yeah. Great to see the turnout here at the Pooncarie Desert Dash. We are day one here. We've got Method Race Wheels Prologue happening this morning ahead of Section 1 later this afternoon. And things are certainly heating up. The dust, the conditions, it all makes for a really enticing couple of days coming up here in Western New South Wales.
Really want to watch the start on this, okay? If they can hold camera on this for a bit, that would be brilliant, because I am dead set wanting to see how this guy not only gets away, but in those first stages that we see where they wind through, just to watch the finesse that this guy puts on it, because he drives, from what I see, so differently than everybody else. He drives this thing in a way that literally stands it on its end to deliver it. Right? He is the tough guy. Okay.
Yeah, he is, and of course he's in a turbo 6 as well, as opposed to an 8, so it kind of requires a different style of driving too. He's not mucking around. Look at the angles of this thing flexing.
To my point, I want to watch this, because for those on the live stream watching now, I mean, if this is getting me excited, it should be getting you excited too. And we talked about the stance. This thing will be on the back end all the way, right? He'll, like, braking in, turned it in sharp and a long way back and carried the speed through. This is what this guy's going to do in this Prologue all the way through. And he'll do that within the race as well, in certain spots as well.
We talked about the wider tracks of these trophy trucks, meaning that they can take different lines. In that corner alone, you saw that the apex for him was a lot further forward than what a lot of the other guys are taking here. So it goes to show they're looking at this completely different.
Mate, he'll be tipping in early because of the speed he's carrying.
Yeah.
You can't carry speed without tipping in early, right? Because otherwise you end up somewhere else that you shouldn't be.
Yeah.
So that's why he's seeing it. And these guys will be all the same now. They'll all drive it that way.
Yeah. Some vision coming through here. Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt as they make their way off the line. And if anyone's going to take it to Boston Morgan Horan, I reckon it's this pairing.
100%. Yeah. And this truck has been built for this series. Like they have spent anything and everything they possibly could on this to make sure this is where it needs to be. And the beauty of watching it in the first round for us, Sam, is that we see it the way it needs to be to start off with.
Yeah.
It's not like you're carrying something from a previous round. This is round one, okay? If you're going to put your best foot forward, it's this round, and we're watching it.
Yeah. Bo is another really aggressive driver when he needs to be. I love just listening to his Mason Trophy truck compared to the rest of the field. He's less sort of on-off and more just up,
which is the way you got to drive those things, right? Another one out of SA from the Loveday 4x4 Holiday Park sponsorship in that one from the Riverland.
Yep, Tony Waitley. He's one of our mainstays in the AORC across the season, and another great supporter of this sport.
Nearly giving it away,
right?
right?
Big moment there.
And he's well off the footprints there, so getting lots of air. Yeah, and again, early tip in, look.
Absolutely. It's such a battle, isn't it? You know, you get this rush of blood to the head when you wave through from the start. You know, you're on here for the full 10 minutes.
So you want me to tell you what I reckon's going on in that cab right now? The guy sitting beside him's going, man, just ease it up.
Yeah, right? Pull it down.
Because we're nearly up into the cup of coffee right there, okay? So let's get it home and look at the numbers.
See the extreme tool drive entry of Jennings about to set off behind him as we look and truck as well.
Greg was in great spirit yesterday having a chat with him, and he's another one that's been around for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
If anyone knows how to run this game, it's this guy, right? But beautiful truck, well presented, well set up. And again, he'll be another one that we'll want to see some times out of, because he's very consistent, this guy. Very consistent, unless something fails underneath him, which has happened on previous occasions. But yeah, Greg's a good guy.
See a great overhead shot there of him using every inch of the track. There's the early apex, making their way through, avoiding that loose dust that's on the exit. Clever driving.
And he's not washing off any speed, right? He's carrying as much as he possibly can because he needs it. And you pour the coal on early and you've spent that, mate, you want to carry it. You want to keep it.
100%. Great shots coming here. Thank you to our team. That looks fantastic, doesn't it? As we said, every millimetre of the track is being used.
Mate, he didn't get out of that.
One of our Westline entries making their way through. Samuel Commons has already laid down a pretty strong time that stood up quite well.
And here's the thing, like we watched that shot of Gardner just before running off the track a little bit, and that doesn't seem like it's a big issue, but mate, I'm telling you, if you run out in amongst that tight stuff out there and there's lignum and wood buried underneath the ground that you can't see, where they're running now, this is cleared ground. Okay, there's very little you can have damage with there, but if you run out in those other areas when you wash out a little further, they're the spots that give you punches. All right. A spike in one of those tyres costs you huge time, and for every amount of seconds or even minutes that you can potentially make up, you throw it all away when you get a flat, right? So the idea is to stay on the track like these guys are right now, and don't try and venture out into that stuff out there unless, of course, it's been opened up enough by everyone else, the track's blown out, that everyone's out in the midst, right? Because it's fair game. Yeah. For me, I'd stay where I need to be. I wouldn't be venturing out there and being a pioneer, right?
You're playing a pretty dangerous game, aren't you, when you're doing that?
Oh, and you can't see the undulation in the ground, because some of those pockets can have an 8, 12, 14 inch divot. You can't see that at the speed you're running at. It's not until you're in it and you find it. And in a lot of cases you get through it, right? But sometimes you don't. If you're on an angle, that's not what you want.
Yeah. Second of the Westline entries making their way through, nice and tidy.
Some really good footage.
So Ben Gardner here about to set off in the 417 Extreme two-wheel drive entry.
And he's the same. He'll drive to the limit on this.
Yeah.
He knows that he needs a good time, and it's sometimes Sam, it's about looking at the field and going, right, we've got all the usual suspects here today, right? So if I'm looking at that group that I'm running in, I'm looking at it going, here's the usual suspects, and to be somewhere in that group, I've got to be kind of about here.
Yeah.
So you start to set your pattern of what you want to do. You watch this, he'll drive no different to Greg. Tip in really early, keep speed, run it through. And two-wheel drive, as well, it's a special form of driving for that, because there's no allowance for the front to help correct.
No.
It is totally steering, bad as it sounds or weird as it sounds, it's steering from the rear wheels and where you need to point it with the front wheels, and that's kind of what you've got to do. Love to watch the start on this one, and love to watch her get away in amongst some of that tight stuff up here where we first start off. She'll be another one that'll want to carry the speed through.
Yeah. For what I understand too, her brother, they're preparing a new truck for him for Fink this year as well. Mm-hmm. So yeah, great to see their continued commitment in this sport. But yeah, Hannah is definitely one to watch.
Look at that beautiful line set right in where the tracks are. Slowed off a little there and lost a bit of time, but that's fine. She'll keep it back on again.
All unfolding here in the Method Race Wheels Prologue at the Pooncarie Desert Dash. Dale Martin is still our provisional leader so far, 10 minutes 10. But you could throw a blanket over the top 10. Pretty close, and guys from every category as well.
Like I said, no one into the 9s yet. Everyone's still sitting in those 10s. this is the Burt entry now. I think those guys are out of SA as well.
Yep.
Getting reports that the James entry may well have pulled up on track. I haven't seen them finish yet,
okay.
So that tells me that the James Print local entry may have had an issue out there.
All right, that might be another one for me to chase.
It's great to be able to just stand here and literally call it as it unfolds. It's just brilliant to watch, and the wind is good enough to move that fairly quickly. So,
yeah.
Now, if I was on the back end of that one there, the better part of 8 or 9 car lengths behind it, I've probably got within reason some clear air to work with.
Yeah.
It's only on that passing manoeuvre that you've got to be really tight. You've got to keep on it. So.
And with these cars too, they all fitted with a push-to-pass kind of button, aren't they? Is that how they communicate between each other?
I think in a lot of cases you kind of know who's behind you.
Yeah.
Some of the spots where you sort of drift out wide and you're keeping an eye out all the time, and you know who the guys are that are probably pushing too.
Yeah.
That's a lot of speed carried into there.
Yeah, very tidy.
Nice exit. Love the way it got out of that slide quickly and straightened up, because straight line speed gives you speed, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Side's just washing it out, so you want to get it back as straight as quick as you can, and it's the old story, flamboyant driving looks good, but
no, it's not. I mean, even that line there out of that corner, he's gone a little bit narrower on the exit than some of the others, but it just looks tidy, and he's still kept the corner
fast.
speed. Yeah,
like I said, flamboyance never wins races.
No,
right?
it does look cool though. I'll give him that.
Sometimes it becomes part of what you've got to do, because if it becomes loose, then it starts to get a little bit wandering in the corners, and sometimes you've got to use a little bit of that flow to drift through some of those turns, but ideally it's straight.
Yeah. The 424 machine of Kyle Judd and Bo Judd. See what they can do. The penultimate entry here. We've got one more to come through to complete our Method Race Wheels Prologue here at the Pooncarie Dash, and I'm expecting a ton of results to come through and really dictate our running order for Section 1 later today.
I think the surprise packets in amongst this now is the first surprise for the weekend. We're kind of seeing unfold now, because we've now got buggies and side-by-sides that are almost identical in times. So whilst the start order for what we need to do may look slightly juggled, I suppose is the term I'd use, that'll change as they get into the longer, straighter sections in the next sort of set of laps in front of it. But bear no bones about it, it shows the dominance of some of those side-by-sides now. They are really becoming a force to reckon with.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is our final entry. Matthew Smith and Avalon Smith as Navigator making their way through. So all competitors now out on the course. And we have Boston Morgan has made his way in a 10.15. It's quick. We knew it would be quick, but it's not quite quick enough. We've got Dale Martin, still our provisional quickest driver here at the Pooncarie Desert Dash. Todd Lehman also has a small buffer over Boston Morgan Horan of 2 seconds. So
we still need one more to come in, though.
We need one more to come in.
I still want to see the time on the next one.
But that is a huge upper hand for the likes of Dale Martin and Todd Lehman as well to finish ahead of Boston.
Boston Morgan Horan there, and again we talk about the two drivers in Dale Martin and Boston. Two totally different vehicles altogether, right? Yeah. But for Boston to pedal that thing up into Dale Martin's territory, okay, that is a sensational drive for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? And I guess also to that point, he's doing what he needs to do too. Maybe that speaks to his maturing attitude in driving and knowing that, all right, this is just prologue. I'm not going to win the weekend here, but I could definitely lose it.
I need a good score.
Yep.
But I don't need it to be overcooked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's what he's done. He's delivered that. If you were a team owner and you had this guy driving for you, you'd be looking at that time and you go, you know what, that'll do the job.
Yep.
That'll do the job.
That's what we needed. Yep.
You know, if it's a like a supercars moment, it's like get it in the first 2 lines, all right, and then we'll deal with it after that.
Yep.
Because once you've got everything else behind you, it's like, now what do you need to do to stay in front of them? So it's a great effort.
Great effort from Boston. But yeah, the big one is
Toby Waitley threw on a 10:31, so that gives you an idea of how quick he was on that.
Yep.
Telling us car number 2 stopped.
Yeah, that is the entry of Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt. So early days here. We will do a bit of digging here to find out. We hope first and foremost that both the boys are okay. But yeah, big news to come here. Bo Robinson, Shane Hutt yet to complete their prologue lap.
And again, it may be something that's not really sinister, that they've found something or they've stopped to do something. I mean, you know, change a tyre, you got to stop, right? And you still got to finish.
Yeah.
So it could be something like that we spoke about earlier. There may be something else we don't really know.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're in good comms with their guys in the pit area.
Yeah.
I'd be honest with you, I can't see anybody out there running around on fire at the moment. So, I'm not too phased about the fact that there's probably something developing out there. But again, we've seen some bizarre things occur. Okay?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There's another finisher there. And that would be the extreme 2-wheel drive of Nick Cummins. Hey, look at this. Greg Gardner threw on a 10:34.
Yep.
And a 10:50 for Nick Cummins in the extreme 2-wheel drive. Look at these guys. Just sitting back enjoying their day, right?
Yeah, it doesn't get much better, does it? Now, we spoke about at the beginning of this, anything with an 11 in front of it being quite sharp. Well, Greg Gardner, a 10:34, that's good enough for 9th here. It sort of speaks to the depth of this field and some of the times coming through in pretty increasingly difficult conditions. Certainly a lot of speed out there.
Well, they certainly haven't had, I would say, the best of it because the track has been knocked around. But, you know, by the same token, by smaller wheelbase cars, right? So with the side-by-sides and the like. So I don't think it's taken too much away from them. If anything, I think it's probably evened the field out pretty well to where they should have finished.
Yeah.
You know, would I expect these extreme 2 wheels and the pro-light guys to be faster? 100%.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And pro buggies, 100%.
Yeah, quite impressive for the likes of Lachlan Bailey and his side-by-side pro machine. He's currently sitting 5th provisionally in Method Race Wheels Prologue. So yeah, to start 5th here potentially for Section 1 later this afternoon, that's a really good result. But he's going to have to back it up.
And to say we've got them separated by roughly 3, maybe 4 minutes if I want to go on the outside edge of it, to say the whole field is separated by roughly 3 minutes or thereabouts, it's pretty good. I think that's a pretty sensational effort for a couple of reasons, and I think for me to talk to the track guys that have put this track together, that shows the depth of those guys putting together a really good track for them to run on, because you've got to remember there's some prep work that was done in front of it. We don't just leave it to its own devices and that's it. We do go out and we set what we need to do in some of those areas as well. So the guys have done an amazing job of that, and to separate the whole field with roughly 3 minutes on fast competition, hats off to those guys. They've definitely set a ripper. And that sort of comes from the fact that a lot of the guys that are technical in putting this track together have been or are competitors to a degree.
Yep.
And they know what the field of competitors is chasing.
Yeah.
It's a great effort.
Yeah, it is great. It's great to see the sport, the depth here and the sport being in such great shape. As we see the final entries making their way through.
Wow, no shortage of getting on the gas with that one.
Now we do have, I've just had a text come through calling out that there'll be 3 reruns coming up. And Just looking at the start line there, I might be mistaken, but it looks like one of those may be Brent Smoothie. So opportunity there to potentially lay down another time for Brent and two others.
Well, Ben Gartner's home in the Extreme two-wheel drive class with an 11:39, so probably nowhere near as quick as the Greg Gartner, just over a minute on him, but well, we'll sit with bated breath on that. That'll be good to watch.
See the wind there picking up.
Keeping an eye on this one as they come through, Sam. It's one of the Toyo Tyres sponsored trucks.
And that looks as though it could be Hannah Bentley making her way through.
Let's keep an eye on it. It is a Hannah Bentley car. Let's have a look at the time on it. 12:02. There you go.
Yeah.
So again, in that 12 to 11 minute category, you're doing all right.
Yeah, definitely in the bracket. But as you can see here from these live pictures, and thank you to everyone in the team for bringing these to us, because it's great to get an idea of how much the course is changing, the conditions are changing as well, with a bit more wind, a lot more dust, and I'm tipping a surface that's becoming increasingly chopped up.
And we can also talk about, like what those conditions look like to a degree while we watch another one in the top, or rather in the left-hand side of our screen, sort of motoring through gently. The talk about the speeds that the side-by-sides used, and if we talk about their braking zone, where they brake coming into the turn, versus the other cars that are braking from a lot further out because of the speed they're carrying as well. All it does is changes the terrain underfoot quite considerably. You sort of, when you're first to the bigger cars going out to have a look, you can sort of see the braking zones where some of those side-by-sides are going in. Because of the size and the weight, they're a lot shorter, so their braking zones are very shallow, whereas some of the guys carrying the bigger speed, like these trucks we see here, they're braking a lot further out, but then trying to carry it through some of those spots.
Thank you for joining us on this live stream of the Method Race Wheels Prologue. If you're wondering what's happening here, we've had the field go through, but we've got 3 reruns, and one of them is Brent Smoothie, who you see in his trophy truck, about to leave the line. He's going to have another crack at it. We have a couple of others, the 612 of Matt Deck and the 655 of Cooper Weston. Now, I'm not sure why these guys are having a rerun, but they get another crack at this Prologue course.
I'm sure Race Control will fill us in on what's going on with that one. And again, in the light of these sorts of things, you have to remember that there's a lot of work that goes in the background, and if they're getting a rerun, they're being rerun for a reason, right? And certainly I would never question that, because it goes through a number of channels to enable this to happen. This is not just about someone saying, I think you just need another hit at it.
Yeah.
There's a whole raft of things that go through, so I have no issue with them doing that. And in actual fact, what it does, it probably throws a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons, because particularly for Smoothie as an example, he can kind of, within reason, he's probably seen some of the times.
Yeah.
So he now knows what he's got to deliver. But here's the sting in the tail. You've got to deliver on a track that you're almost last on.
Yeah.
All right? So the gamble is, are you going to make it faster, or are you maybe going to get it wrong? That's the gamble. So it is what it is.
Okay, I've just had word through that the reason behind it is because they've caught the guys in front of them. So,
and they've been hindered by it.
Yeah, and you can imagine, I think that's extremely valid, because you can imagine, having to take on this course when you've got dust in your face, you're at a big, big disadvantage. So definitely a valid reason there.
Well, again, like we said, there would be valid reasons for it, and there's a number of layers it's got to go through for that to occur. So the decision has been made, and that's kind of how it lays out. And mate, as I said, I'm not arguing that. I'm letting them do what they need to do, because it just brings another dimension to what we need to watch now.
Yeah, there's also been a bit of word here that Smoothie had to stop for a rollover on his first lap. So yeah, that's good sportsmanship first and foremost. We've just seen a shot there of Smoothie making his way through. That looked like the number 2 entry of Bo Robinson, Shane Hutt, parked up beside the track there. So great to see their car emerge. But hopefully it's a relatively straightforward fix for them.
There's the John Deck entry, the 612.
Yep.
And the wind's certainly picking up now, Sam, as you can see. So I don't think that there's going to be any real issues with visibility out there for these guys, and particularly the 1 minute release timeline that they're providing them gives it plenty of time to get away. So,
now, just for anyone tuning in, the reason why you haven't seen Bo Robinson, Shane Hutt up towards the pointy end, something has happened with that car. We've just seen them emerge in the feed. Now, what will happen here because they're unable to complete their lap, they will actually be seeded for Section 1, which is taking place later this afternoon. So it's certainly not weekend ruin for them, but definitely not where they'll want to be following this Method Race Wheels Prologue. At the moment, though, we have Dale Martin, Todd Lehman, Boston Morgan Horan as your top three, and just 5 seconds separates them over this very tricky, undulating, technical course. So definitely tight at the pointy end here at the Pooncarie Desert Dash.
Great to see such a difference in vehicles in amongst those. You know, the times look great, but when you know what they are that have put those times down, you know, that makes it even more interesting, because it's not like one class has really taken the race captive. It's a mixture of stuff, which is really cool.
Yeah, and they each would have had their own strengths in those cars too out there. You know, they would have found times in different sections and then obviously lost times in different sections too. So it's great to see different classes at work.
100%. That's and it's exactly what we're here for.
So this is the third of our reruns, the 655 of Cooper Weston.
So it looks like we've got a 403 of Nicholas Burt, a non-finisher so far. The 475 of Simon Knight, not in, and the 467, one of the Cummins cars, not in as well. So hopefully there's nothing too untoward in those vehicles.
Do some digging once this prologue is finished and find out. This looks as though we may have another rerun too. One of the Bentley entries.
418, that'll be the Hayden entry, I think. 418 is the Hannah Bentley entry.
Yeah, we had Hannah was a couple of minutes off the pace. Still a competitive time. She was in the frame, 12:02 from memory. I think she came through with. So something there has impeded her, obviously, and it's been grounds to get a rerun. So yeah, I think that definitely, if that's our gauge and she was impeded in some way, well, I'm really keen to see what Hannah can do on a clear run.
Well, to be honest with you, I was a bit surprised at 12:02.
Yeah.
Not saying that's a bad time. It's a reasonable time, right? But going on what she was talking about earlier, or yesterday when we were having discussions, you know, I was expecting to see her kind of right up there with some of the other times that some of these guys dropped on the table. You know, so interesting.
Yeah, she'll have to contend with a little bit more wind and a track that's a little bit chopped up, as we see Hannah about to set off in the Method Race Wheels Prologue.
Well, interesting enough, Hayden went through on a 10:52.
Yep.
So, you know, a 10:52 is well off a 12:02 for Hannah, so that would make sense, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We should get away now. Let's have a look at it. Great start.
Yeah, nice clean drive-by.
But again, I would expect her to be very smooth in the way she approaches this.
Yeah.
So we'll watch her through some of this section here. If the guys capture it for us, we'll see how smooth she looks coming through.
Still got quite a few cars out on track, yet to bring times in. A few non-finishers so far, but yeah, we're looking forward to seeing what the likes of Brent Smoothie, Hannah Bentley, Cooper Weston, Matt Deck can can return on their reruns. As we've mentioned, they've had valid reasons. They've either caught up to other competitors, they've assisted with rollovers, or been caught in the dust. So the officials here have deemed that that's worthy of a rerun. So yeah, they get another opportunity on this Method Race Wheels Prologue course.
If we look at the Extreme two-wheel drive, Brett Smoothie in the 847 is out there. He's on the second pass. But if I go back a little further, Aaron James in that Pro Buggy, I know that's a non-finisher in this one. Bo Robinson, we know about that one. That was the 2-car. Certainly not a great look there. Andrew Cummins, we were talking about him, potentially not a finish, and Nicholas Bird in Extreme two-wheel drive. You know, those guys really should have been here by now.
Yeah.
So that tells me that they've certainly been either impeded with their own issue out there, or they're not going to finish at all.
Yeah.
And we're getting those reports. So other than that, you know, we look down a little further, we find Smoothie out there, Matt Deck, Cooper Weston on track still. Hannah Bentley's gone out, obviously, to do her second run now.
Yeah, so far the time to beat remains Dale Martin, the Victorian, in his Pro Buggy, a time of 10:10 around this Prologue course. It's pretty red hot.
To be honest with you, I don't think Dale Martin thought he was going to be probably the hot guy.
No.
Okay?
No.
He would have been putting a really hot time in because he wanted to be in the group. Sometimes you do that and you come out the top guy or the hot guy. So, you know, he's probably sitting back going, right, okay, now everyone's chasing me.
Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes that's a good place to be, sometimes it's not, right?
Yeah. Well, at least he won't have to contend with dust at the beginning, as we see Brent Smoothie making his way around this Method Race Wheels Prologue course. What can Brent cook up here? He assisted with a rollover on his first run and has, I guess, a slight advantage of being around the course at speed once, but he's doing it on a course that's trickier and subject to more wind and corrugations.
Well, you look at it, Sam, and you probably think, you know, that within reason he would have put a reasonable effort into that last lap.
Yep.
And he'll do exactly the same this time round. The only difference is that, you know, the areas where he was impeded by some of those things that slowed him, only slowed him down to a degree.
Yep.
How much faster than the time he's put down originally he will go, I will guarantee it will be faster.
Yeah.
But to how much faster, that's going to be the question. Is he in the territory? If we go back to have a look, if I can get him to scroll through to get to the top of the list again, we'll just have a quick look at what his previous time was that he'd actually posted. And I think Brett Smoothie, if we have a look at it, Smoothie ran it through on a... Where are we here?
They may have scratched that time.
Yeah. Which is a shame, because I would have liked to have at least seen that. But anyhow, it doesn't matter. It's fine. We'll just watch what it looks like this time out.
Yeah. Definitely taking advantage of the wider track on his trophy truck, Brent, taking different lines to what we've seen all day and finding clear track when he can. But so far looking pretty tidy for the West Australian driver.
And again, I just keep an eye on how far the nose is up, right? Because the nose is up, he's on the gas.
Yeah.
Doesn't let it get off very much, does it? No. Watch that, and he drops it, but only marginally. Let's have a look.
Makes his way through a 10:35. That's good enough for 10th. 25 seconds separating our top 10 provisionally here at the Wentworth Shire Pooncarie Desert Dash. So yeah, not a bad result for Brent. I think
he'll be happy with that.
He'll be happy with that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's like anything, Sam. You can always look at it retrospectively and say, I could have, or it should have, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
And I would work on the theory that if I've delivered a time that is in kind of that top bracket, in that hot zone, that's where I'd want to be.
Yeah.
In that strike zone, I want to be in there.
And this is the big mystery so far of Prologue this morning. Bo Robinson, Shane Hutt, they're limping their way back, so it's good to see that truck is in one piece. Both the boys are in there.
No damage?
No damage. So, yeah, I'm tipping some kind of technical issue. I know they had, a couple of little gearbox gremlins, some electrical issues last year. That's the thing with these trucks, when they don't have an easy life. They do have a great upkeep and everything else, but things break, things go wrong. So hopefully it's something they can fix.
And, Sam, sometimes it is discretion that is the better part of valour that says, I'm not going to ruin my weekend for that to happen. I've seen it in the past where we've had vehicles that have gotten hot and, do you push on, get the thing as hot as hell and do really well in Prologue, only to now injure the engine for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah.
Sometimes it is that discretion, better part of valour. I'll succumb this to make sure this is right for the next part of the day, today and tomorrow. Sometimes that's what you got to do.
Absolutely. And not finishing Prologue by no means ruins their weekend. They'll be seeded for Section 1. Being as competitive as they are, they should remain up towards the pointy end, and they can rekindle things this afternoon.
But it will be nice to know what the story is behind it. And I'm sure the guys are going to be pretty open about what's what with it all. So that's the beauty about the off-road group, the family of competitors. They're really good at giving that open window of view across what's going on. There's certain things they probably still want to keep under wraps, and I 100% understand that, and I respect that.
Yeah.
Okay, but most of them are pretty good. They'll give you what you need.
Yeah. Yeah.
This will be the John Deck entry. Waiting for him to come through. Just follow the flags now. Here we go. He gets through. Let's have a look at it. Matty Deck 612. There we go. 11:44.
Yeah, not a bad time for him. As we said, anything with an 11 in front of it is going to put you in pretty good stead across the weekend. For me, the big anomaly looking at your top 10 is Lachlan Bailey. The first of the side-by-side entries, good enough for fifth outright, a 10.23, only 13 seconds off the pace. It's quite remarkable.
It's, again, as I said, the whole weekend's going to be full of surprises here at Pooncarie, and that's, one of the first ones.
Yeah.
For me, the first one was how close the field is across the entirety of them. The second one was how quick that side-by-side's been put through. And, we could argue that he got a track that was a little bit cleaner to start off with, but then I'd also argue that it's a pretty solid performance, right?
Yeah. And the last entry that we should be looking at here is the 655 of Cooper Weston. So he caught up to the guys in front of him, was given valid reason for a rerun. So let's see what Cooper can string together here.
And I think Hannah Bentley too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Hannah Bentley's as well. She had her time deleted, so she will get another go at it as well.
There you go. Let's have a look at this one. Cooper Weston, an 11.08.
Yeah.
Right. So, again, really close to that just over 11-minute point. So.
Yep. And within that side-by-side field, that's a pretty strong time.
I think there was a small delay with Hannah getting away as well, so it wasn't as though it was a clean 1 minute, although she won't be very far away either, so we'll be looking forward to that. And here comes the Hannah Bentley entry now. Just keep an eye on this one as it starts to work its way through to complete her second lap. And it's looking like, as per our schedule, Sam, we're looking like a 2 o'clock vehicle lineup in start order for a kick-off at around about 2:30 this afternoon for the first lap away. So we'll just see if that alters slightly with the running of some of these additionals. But Hannah still looks pretty tidy in the way she's charging through. We'll have a look at how the 418 looks at the back end of this, and it won't be long before we actually pick up a time on this.
Sounds good, John. We just had word from one of the boys in the Robinson entry, so bit of a mystery so far as to what's happened there, but they were in one of the silty sort of quarry parts of the Prologue course, and the vehicle itself's just sort of lost power, so they assuming like a fuel line issue or something like that, but it's just brought that vehicle to a stop. But the good news is there that, you know, no damage to the vehicle, assuming it's something that they can fix as well.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's quite a technical piece of kit, so it's not just whether they're chasing fuel or whether they're chasing, you know, some sort of electronic control piece. It could be something that switched the pump off that stopped the fuel. I mean, there's a whole raft of things. Trust me, the brain's trust will be going overboard over there to try and understand what the hell happened to get on top of it. Wow, look at this. She's keeping the foot into it.
Yeah. Squatting in the rear, which it's always a good gauge, isn't it? They're on it.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah, we talk about the Robinsons and that WA based racing community as well. I want to give a big shout out to Logan Gill. He's 16 years old. He's just finished Prologue, 11th outright, and the second fastest of the side-by-side machines. That is a massive result at 16 years of age.
And like we were saying, he's got a huge future in front of him, this kid. Well, we know that the time previously set by Hannah Bentley was like a 12:02 or something like that. Looks like she's gone through now on an 11:57, so she took a little bit of time out of it. But at least this time round it's a clean time, so that's what we'll work with.
Yep, absolutely. No, look, it's still progress, so good result there for Hannah.
Well, that's pretty much the entire field through for our guys in Prologue, and we must thank, of course, the guys at Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're only minutes away from the kickoff for the start of this amazing event here this weekend for the Pooncarie Desert Dash. And as you can see, online and streaming for you this afternoon is, of course, our lineup of competitors. It's a 2:30 kickoff, so we're only 2 minutes away from start, and our first car away should be Dale Martin. Of course, Dale in the 85 buggy, running in Pro class, the Pro buggy class for Dale. Wait patiently. The number 5 car of Dale Martin, the 85 sitting there now, is Todd Lehman. You see him in screen. But it's the 5 of Dale Martin that you can see right there coming down into the centre of your screen. He'll be the first car away. So today they'll do, from here on, they'll do the full lap of the 1 lap today, with the completion of the event tomorrow, with the remaining laps to be done tomorrow. So the Jimco buggy of Storm My Van sponsored Martin Motorsport, waiting patiently for a kick-off for the event here this weekend. Dale Martin hailing out of Victoria, of course. Had an awesome run at the start today, posting a time of 10 minutes 10.6 seconds for Prologue. And that certainly put them at the top of the heap in the Pro class. As we count down the seconds now to a start here for the 2026 Pooncarie Desert Dash, round 1 of the Australian Off-Road Championships. And of course, the Off-Road Championships for its 45th year of Motorsport Australia see Kaminsky Mining Services as the naming rights sponsor for the event for the series this year. And there we go, he's away. Martin kicks off beautifully. Todd Lehman will be next away in car number 85. So we leave and watch Martin just for a moment as he gets away beautifully from the start line and out into the first part of where our Prologue track started from. But they will change direction a little way into this one, where they'll go out into the full lap. Big thank you to the team at St Razor Motorsports and Off-Road Racing for your connections this weekend as the running club for the Pooncarie Desert Dash this year. And of course, Wentworth Shire Council for your sponsorship here, along with, of course, the guys from the Kumiella Memorial Sporting Club, GBM Consulting, and on top of that, the team at Decentralised Demountables. There goes Todd Lehman as he gets away.
Start order.
Lehman away now. Boston Morgan in the Extreme Two-Wheel Drive, you can see on screen right now, is the guy that was the fastest in the Extreme Two-Wheel Drive class. As we now watch that vehicle get away. Here we go. Vehicle sitting on the line there now is the car of Boston Morgan, Horan. The 489. The big black motorsport entry gets away. Have a look at that Extreme two-wheel drive sitting down in the back end as it powers away from the start line. Next one away would be Brent Martin. We'd be looking for car number 120 as Horan now gets away. Boston Morgan. And there it is, the 120, the Baja Boss of Brent Martin. Have a look at this thing, the Kiwi gets away and has carried a lot of speed around that turn. Boy, he is on a mission here this weekend in that Extreme two-wheel drive. Brent Martin in this one. This is a 120 entry. This is one of your pro lights in class. And I'd expect some really big moves out of that car of Martin that you can see on the line there. Picking up the Mickey Thompson tyres and wheels sponsorship as he gets away now. Then I'll be looking for the first of our side-by-side pro buggies now. Let me tell you, this is an outstanding effort. A 10:24.1 was his prologue time for Matthew Lachlan Bailey, I should say. 10:23.8. 10:23.8 for the South Aussie Lachlan Bailey in car number 622, the first of our side-by-side pros, as we watch Martin now handling it beautifully out there in that Pro-Light buggy. Boy, is he carrying some speed in that thing. He is on a mission as well. There's the first of our side-by-sides, the Ronco Motor sponsored 622 of Lachlan Bailey. That shot probably quickly should have shown you how much dust has been carried. Mind you, there is a reasonable amount of wind here this afternoon, and it is clearing the dust away fairly quickly as we see a start now for Bailey. Next car we'll chase will be the Pro Buggy number 7 of Matthew Hansen. Hansen's prologue time was a 10:24.1. That's 10 minutes 24.1 seconds for Hansen. Beautiful work there for Bailey. Boy, is he carrying some speed through that hairpin as he gets away out of the showgrounds area. And well and truly on the march. Beautiful aerial shot from our drones. And of course, this weekend we'll be covering some exceptional vantage points for you at home or wherever you may be watching the live stream here on Facebook or other links that get you into this one. We'll have obviously the ground shots that the guys are doing with roving cameras like that one there, which shows the dirt really building in the dust areas there. The aerial shots off our drones that we mix in, and there'll also be some in-car footage as well. That's the 421 car, the Extreme two-wheel drive of Toby Waitley. Waitley, of course, hailing out of SA, posted a time of 10:31.3. 10:31.3. Nice work for Hansen there in the 7 car we saw. The Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park car, the 421 of Toby Waitley away. Obviously one of the Riverland boys, picking up some sponsorship through Loveday 4x4, 5RM and a couple of other local sponsors out of the Riverland region. Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park. Extreme two-wheel drive gets away and cop this for a time. 10:31.3 was the time set by Toby Waitley. Johnny Towers, who'll start in one of the Pro-Light buggies behind him now, posted a time of 10:31.5, 0.2 of a second off the pace that this guy was setting in Waitley. Johnny Towers will be getting away in a little while as the truck peels away into the dust for his shot at the Pooncarie Desert Dash here this weekend for the 2026 running of round one of our Australian Off-Road Championships, proudly brought to us this weekend and across the series by Kaminsky Mining Services. Thank you very much to Kaminsky's, the team there, for their involvement with the running of this one. The Yokohama, Tumby Tyres and More sponsored 127 of Johnny Towers gets away. And that'll bring us up to another of our extreme two-wheel drives. This time it'll be Greg Gartner in the 410 vehicle, hailing out of SA. Of course, Gartner posted a 10:34.9, which put him fairly and squarely to be the next car away. Ninth car away will be that car of Gartner. We'll see that shortly on the start line. Some beautiful action shots as the car gets airborne there for Hansen. And there it is, the 410 of Greg Gartner and Jamie Jennings in the KMC R&J Batteries sponsored trophy. And get away in extreme two-wheel drive. That'll bring us to the next car in line, which will be the car of, in the top 10, car number 410 of Greg Gartner, also out of SA. He posted a time of 10:34.9, so he was only 0.4 or 0.4 of a second off his prologue time to put him into the 10. So Brett Smoothie, there he is, the 8:47, and expecting this car to really start to make some ground up as they get out into the long laps now, and first of which they'll post today. But Smoothie, tail down, nose up, and it is driving out of the start line. Next car away will be the Western Australian entry, compatriot of Brett Smoothie, who's on screen right now, who also hails out of WA. The WA entry of car number 644, Logan Gill. This is another of our side-by-side pros who posted a ripper of a time at 10:38.5. Incredible to see some of these side-by-sides in amongst some of the pro lights and the pro buggies, along with the extreme two-wheel and extreme four-wheel drive classes. Lovely shot from the aerials there of our drones, showing them running along the track that runs almost side by side with that bitumen road that heads out towards the Menindee area, plus the race course and beyond. Great vantage point for some of them to come down and have a look at this event from an upwind position, which is pretty important given the day today. Lucky Gill 644's away. There he is in flight now. Wow, he is pushing that side by side as fast as he possibly can. Grabbing plenty of air. Next car away would be Lachlan Waters, hailing out of Queensland, and another of the side-by-side pros. He posted a time of 10 minutes 41.2, and that's it there, the 6.99 of Lachlan Waters. The Method Race Wheels team were great in sponsorship this weekend to our Prologue, and we had some amazing times come out of that. So big thanks to Method Race Wheels for your connections here this weekend as naming right sponsor to what was our Prologue, who set this start order. Next car away will be the 897 Extreme four-wheel drive, hailing out of New South Wales for Phil Lovett. It's Lockie Waters charging through. We'll soon back to the start now. We'll see if we can pick up that car of Phil Lovett as he preps for his first lap in this mighty event this weekend, and hopefully putting some points on the board in class for this first round of the Australian Off-Road Championships here held at Pooncarie. There it is, the Lovett Earth Moving sponsored 897 as it gets away. So cool to watch these guys get underway. And there's your next car away. That's the 51 of Michael Zacher, the King Off-Road sponsored vehicle of Zacher. He's running in pro buggy class, set a time of 10 minutes 44.0 seconds, so he was really on the dial as well today, so the Queenslander should do really well on this one. It'll make him 14th away. Beautiful tight action on the turns there as he pilots that extreme 4x4 away. And there's the 51 of Zachar away. This will bring us now to the next Queenslander. Running in extreme four-wheel drive. This will be the car number 834 of Brett Kaminsky. Of course, Brett, the chief pilot of not only this crew, but obviously the head man at Kaminsky Mining Services. And as I said, great to have those guys involved this year as the naming rights to the off-road rounds. And Kaminsky Mining Services get heavily behind another number of items around the countryside. They are very clear about their connections to motocross, supercross, a number of other things. So great to have, or motorcycling in general, the Kaminsky Mining Services group. So Brett Kaminsky to get away as we wait patiently for the BF Goodrich sponsored Kaminsky Mining Services racing truck to get away. There we go, under flight now. Here's one of the fast guys to get away next online in the extreme, or the rather side-by-side pro class. The 601, piloted by Glenn Ackroyd. This guy is always ever a great benchmark to work to as far as speed and times in this class. He came through today on a 10:47.3. 10:47.3 was his time, and the Fuchs sponsored 601 of Glenn Ackroyd waiting patiently for the clock to wind through for his chance at the first lap here this weekend for the Pooncarie Desert Dash. Well, he's got away pretty solidly. The next one through would be the extreme two-wheel drive car that was seeded into this position for start. This, of course, is car number 2, Bo Robinson. They had some issues with the engine losing power within the Prologue today for, of course, the guys at Method Race Wheels. We wait for a start now for Bo Robinson. Wait for Robinson to get away. Yeah, Omega and Western Australia Fire sponsored entry car number 2 away now. Next one we'd be looking for would be the local, the 73 car of Josh Wilson. He's running in Pro Buggy this weekend. And put Joshua 18th car on the road as we watch Robinson now get through that hairpin up along the Pooncarie to Menindee Road. And there's the 73 of Wilson, of course, sponsored by Decentralised Demandables. And, of course, these guys are another one of our 4 major sponsors here this weekend. They've done a ton of work to help us out. So, big thanks to Josh Wilson and, of course, Robert and all of the family for their connections with off-road racing here this weekend. It's great to see. All right, under his own power, he gets away, Josh Wilson. Next car on road would be the 93 car of Aaron James. Of course, Aaron James seeded in. Obviously, did such a great prologue here this weekend. That's had some issues there, hailing out of New South Wales, but local to the region here. And you'll find the James Prince sponsored car will be online and ready to go shortly, the 93. Waiting for the shot to change out from Josh Wilson there, another of our locals, as he streaks away back to what would be the start line. And I believe we'd find the 93 of Aaron James sitting there waiting patiently to kick off. 479 is Scotty Cummins, I can see on the line. That's the West Lime sponsored truck. Extreme two-wheel drive out of New South Wales. Posted a prologue time of 10 minutes 50.9 seconds. Engine winding up now as the West Lime sponsored car gets away for Nick Cummins. Next car we'd be looking for would be car number 52, the entry of Royden Bailey, the South Aussie running the Pro Buggy. Had a time of 10 minutes 51.7 in prologue, which has put him right smack bang in his position to start from. Great action on the screen right now for Nicholas Cummins there in the Extreme two-wheel drive truck. Royden Bailey, you can see on the line there now in the Ronco Motors entry. Car number 52 at the bottom there, Royden Bailey. We'll scroll up and we'll have a look at the next car away, the 818. That'll be the entry of Hayden Bentley. Well, that's not a good look. That's the number 2 truck there with our overhead drone looking at it. That's the Robinson truck. The boys are out of it. It's not looking good for them, so that vehicle sitting still on track. So Hayden Bentley will be the next away in Stream 4-wheel drive, posted a time of 10:52.7. We'll see if we can't get Sam at some point to go and have a chat to those guys and find out what's going on. I'd say whatever occurred earlier today has occurred again. It's certainly not a great look for the boys. So Hayden Bentley now gets away in the Bentley Motorsports Extreme 4-wheel drive. Daniel Challen was the next away in the side-by-side pro. Posted a prologue time of 10 minutes 55.8. And you can see he's parked there on the line, ready to roll now. Nice movement out of that truck of Hayden Bentley as he charges through. Sounding really tough and really strong, that one. As Challen waits for his chance, the Northern Territory-based driver. He'll be looking for his next event after this to go up towards home into the Northern Territory region of Alice Springs for the 50th running. Can you believe it? 50 years of the Fink Desert Race will be the next round of the Australian Off-Road Championships for Kaminsky Mining Services. Next away will be the side-by-side hailing out of New South Wales for Samuel Cummins. That's the side-by-side number 646. His time posted was a cracker of 10:58.1. As we watch Daniel Challen now crank through. Carrying some awesome speed in that little side-by-side. Running in pro class. Beautiful aerial footage taken from some of our drones out on circuit today. And we'll grab some more of that tomorrow as the event unfolds. The 646 of Commons is away. That'll bring us now to the Western Australian-based pro buggy driver of Darren Agrella. This is car number 39, posted a prologue time of 10 minutes 58.7, only 6/10 of a second behind that car of Cummins that you can see on screen now. And that's the difference between 6/10 of a second is the difference between starting in that position in that Can-Am and starting one behind it where Darren Agrella is right now in car number 39, which we'll see in a moment. So according to us, 1.3 Ks is the distance that Robinson had covered before that vehicle pulled up. There's the INH entry. 39 on screen is Darren Agrella. Dean Carter, the South Aussie in the pro buggy class, is car number 38 that's waiting at the start line right behind this 39 car. Lifting that inside front wheel shows you the dedication and confidence that Agrella has in piloting this one. Carter waiting patiently for start. There he is. The 38 car released now and heading out onto the circuit. We wish them all the best of luck as they head away from us, and that'll lead us now onto car number 34, which is that car right there. That's the entry of Kai Camilleri, the Queensland-based pro buggy driver. As we watch Carter getting away now. Dean Carter getting plenty of air off those jumps. Aim of the game is to try and keep all four on the ground at the best of times and keep the back two powering and pushing along as a two-wheel drive pro buggy here. But as the terrain dictates, sometimes you're spending as much time as the air is on the ground. But hey, that's how off-road racing operates. I can hear Camilleri winding the fuse up on the 34, and he's away. That'll bring us to the next of the South Australian side-by-side pro buggies of Benjamin Nixon. This is car number 6168. And there you can see on the side of it the Nixon livery. And Nixon posted a time of 11 minutes 1.5 seconds, 11 minutes 1.5 in that vehicle to get him away in order. Well, there goes Nixon. So the next car in line would be the 655 car. Right there it is. Yep, that's it, of Cooper Weston, the Queenslander. Pumped out a time of 11 minutes 8.0 seconds flat in the side-by-side pro class. As we follow Benjamin Nixon right now in the Nixon Racing entry. Wow, that's carrying speed into that turn. Charges up along that Pooncarie to Menindee Road. It just keeps the foot buried hard into this thing. We'll come past where the Robinsons are here shortly. I believe that's about the location somewhere through there where that occurred. There it is, as we picked it right on cue. Cooper Western away. Next away will be the extreme two-wheel drive car that was seeded, the New South Wales-based driver of Andrew Cummins, car number 467, another of the West Lime sponsored entries. Well, here goes the 467 of Andrew Cummins. He's away. We'll now be waiting on Greg Campbell. There it is, this 651 side-by-side pro. Greg Campbell, of course, hailing out of New South Wales. He set a pretty awesome time, 11 minutes, 8.6 seconds, which put him where he is now to continue competition. And of course, Andrew Cummins in the 467 was a seeded entry there. He's away. 651 now of Greg Campbell gets away cleanly. So that leaves the start position vacant for the Queenslander now. Car number 627, that one you can see in front of you there, of Justin Ryder. Ryder out of Queensland posted a prologue time of 11 minutes 13.7. 13.7 for him. Bang on 3 o'clock, so we are half an hour into this one. Right here next to the competitors to get away is the Boyle-sponsored 153. That is the car of Alex Dixon. As Justin Ryder got away in the side-by-side, which is the 627 car. You can see on screen right now. Nice start for him. Justin Ryder, though, waiting in the side-by-side pro. He put a time down of 11 minutes 13.7. So therefore, Ryder in car 627 out there going brilliantly. Dixon will be the next away in the Pro Light, car number 153. There's 153 away and going brilliantly. Alan Dixon now as that Pro Light screams and leaves the inner sanctums now. Car number 670, Nathan Chivers, the New South Welshman, aboard the side-by-side pro. He posted a time of 11 minutes 15.3. Rightio, let's have a quick look as to where they sit. We're 60% of the way through the lap at the moment, and I can tell you that that 60 mark, that vehicle number 5, the Dale Martin car, leads the 85 car of Tolman by around about 2 kilometres, and Boston Morgan by the look of it, 2Ks behind them again, so they're still quite evenly paced based on what we can find from the repeaters coming back. Car number 122 of Benjamin Falk, the Tank World sponsored car, waiting patiently for its hit out as Chivers gets away, and you can see in screen on our live stream at the moment where most of the cars are sitting. They're all stacked out neatly around the circuit. Oh yeah, that's a Tank World entry of Benjamin Falk away. And that'll leave the start gate open now for the next best of our side-by-side prologue times of 11:18.1, the Western Australian entry of Kyle Reid, car number 6149, as we now watch Benny Falk in motion now. Wow, really taking those neatly and diving in on the brakes early to get around that hairpin up where the spectators are. This stage of the game, they're all stacked away nice and neat. The 61.49 of Kyle Reid now just gets away from the start line, which sounds like it's going strongly out there now. Here's your next starter, the 6.39 of Jamie Harrison, the Queenslander in the side-by-side pro. He posted a prologue time of 11 minutes 35.5. For those on the live stream, you'll be able to see some of the names rolling through up the top. So we'll... And there's the 6.53 now. This is the entry of Troy Beshman, hailing out of New South Wales, another of our side-by-side pros. A really good time for him as well, 11 minutes 35.8. Allowed him to be the next away in line as we now watch that car of Jamie Harrison. The little Can-Am there pumping away beautifully on circuit, pointed in the right direction and really making an effort to get out of town in a hurry now as they go out onto that first lap. Rightio, and while we're watching the car now, 6.53 of Troy Beshman get away, I don't know whether to say welcome to the box for the right reasons, wrong reasons, or anything in between. But Shane, as part of the Robinson car number 2, mate, we watched you get away in a hurry, looked good, and then I had a signal from over the top of the screen saying something like they're 1.1 k's in and they've stopped. And I said, it can't be true. And they said, no, it is true. And then we saw some drone footage, mate. So first of all, welcome to the mic.
Thanks,
and,
thanks for having me.
Mate, for the wrong reasons.
I thought it was 900 metres was my estimate. I said, it went
1.1.
Well, not too bad then, is it?
So you've had an issue out there, Shane?
Well, it's just a trailing issue that we had in the prologue we didn't finish. Obviously, we got some some of that beautiful silt into the engine, and now it's just worked its way out the other end with a whole heap of engine bits.
Oh, so it's an engine failure, which means that for the weekend you guys are done, right?
Yeah, unfortunately. That's it.
That's not great, right?
No. But I'm come join you on the stream here for a bit and watch some of these cars go around. It is a passion of mine, this off-road thing, so it's fun to actually watch. So
yeah,
it's good to be in here.
Well, the 417's the next one away now. We have Benjamin Ward go away earlier in the 61-65 side-by-side. Another of the... and that's him there on screen.
I don't know much about him, but I definitely know this Gartner character coming out next in 417 in his Guysborough truck.
Correct.
It's his first run in it, quite possibly. He bought it off Brent Smoothie's truck.
Correct.
So it's been sitting for a bit, and they've got it together, and they're getting themselves ready to go up to Fink next month, and this will be good to see how he goes. He's got a lead foot like his old man, so it's gonna.
Well, Benny put in a pretty reasonable Extreme 2 by Prologue time, 11 minutes 39.5, which wasn't sleeping, but it was still getting along nicely. But Benny Gartner will be away.
I can hear him from the commentary box.
He goes.
There he goes.
Bit of a delay on the screen versus the actual, but look, it is what it is.
There he goes.
Hey, no holding this guy back, mate.
No, I love it. Love to see it. Another black truck. That's good. We've gone to white and he's moved into our shoes, so hope it's good luck for him.
Oh, well, you never know. Black comes back, they say.
He looks fast. Look at it.
He's very fast, mate. In the Prologue today, he was really letting that thing hang out.
Well, look at that.
Yeah. And watch the late dive into the turn here. Look, just keeps the gas on it. And I was saying to Sam earlier, I watch these guys by how deep in the back they run and how far up in the nose they are. And this guy was pretty much sitting nose up, tail down all the way through. So that means he's on the gas and he's moving.
He's turning those back tyres, isn't he? He's about to come past our effort.
Yeah, you're up just a little bit further onto the left there. There you are.
Sleeping Beauty.
Right up the top left-hander. Rightio, behind Benny will be the side-by-side pro right there. You can see on screen of Matty Stampley. And that 650 side-by-side gets away. Yes, just a really popular class in these side-by-sides now.
Well, it's blown up, hasn't it? And the performance that they're putting out, it's no wonder why. Why wouldn't you want to get in one of these things? This is kind of the terrain for it. We're not seeing it here, but like once we get out into the scrub out here, these things will be quick.
100%. As we're watching now, Matty going hard at it. And sitting on line's another of the side-by-side pros in Matty Deck, which we'll see shortly as he'll get away from us. Wow, he just keeps the back end turning on this thing.
The four-wheel drive just beats it up.
Matty Stampley, mate, look at that. He is on a mission today with that thing. No holding him back. He is on a mission. Rightio.
So I'm guessing it won't be too long till we see. We've got a couple of we've got a remote camera at a road crossing about 80 kilometres into the lap, so we might see the leaders there hopefully soon.
Well, they were about 60, bit over 60% of the way through the lap, so I'd say
they're 40 minutes in. What was going to be a 50-something minute lap.
They're at the 77k mark. There you go. So they're kicking along pretty well. Actually, that's pretty good ground. They're covering 77 out of the start.
Oh, it's fast. Whoever's out in front. Who is out in front? Brent or Dale Martin?
Martin.
Yeah. He knows his way around here. He's taken a couple of trophies here in his time.
Correct.
So he'd actually probably be enjoying the dust-free run because I know he ran round behind us here last year.
Yep.
And he came away with the win. So if he's out in front,
no stopping
I fear
him.
it for the other guys.
Yeah, no stopping him,
his
right?
First lap, you'll probably put down a bit of a heater, and then they'll have to chase. And if they have to try and pass him, it won't happen tomorrow.
No, I wouldn't think so. All right, let's have a quick look now. Next one away will be David Allport in the 50 Pro Light buggy. Dave, of course, hailing out of New South Wales. Have a look at that dust as it skates back across the environment. There he is, in the dust, so to speak.
Well, he's been around for a while, but he hasn't raced a lot back in the early 2000s. I think he might have started building that, or his brother. They used to build a lot of buggies in New South Wales, so good to see the Allport name getting about again, and it's a good-looking car. It'll be all homemade because they're engineers and they have a go, so...
Very meticulous in the way they prep things too, these guys. So
yep.
Great to see him back out on the circuit. Johnny Wise will be the next one away in the sports light class in the 1025 entry. He'll be parked up and ready to do the business out of the start for lap, well, we call the long lap number one for...
Section 1.
Yeah, for the running of the Pooncarie Desert Dash here, the Gecko rope access.
The And this is another Aussie chassis, so it's good to see some Aussie cars coming out here. They're building these ones up in Queensland.
Flying the flag proudly here.
In his sports light, I'm guessing it'll be a Honda.
I would say.
Sounds like a Honda.
Correct. Doing a nice job there out there at the moment too, I might add. Next away will be the 669 of Braden Merrick, the side-by-side pro of hailing out of New South Wales. He posted a prologue time of 11 minutes 57.4, which put him right where he is in this start line, ready to go. And he'll be on the chase behind the car there of Johnny Wise. So Merrick waiting patiently.
That's a single-seater, that car. In there all by himself.
Doing it. Well, it's funny, talk to them and they say, I don't do it very hard, really. I just do what I normally do. Some of the guys that have travelled in, two up formats, when they have to do the whole lot themselves, I suppose they then realise what these guys go through. And they do a pretty solid job out there too, Worst part about it is flats mean that you got to do them yourself, right?
Well, long time ago I had to go on a single-seater, but yeah, now I'm in the silly seat, so see what happens to the single-seater drivers.
Well, Shane, that'll bring us to the next starter as Braden Merrick will get away. 669 out on track, and the next car away will be the Extreme two-wheel drive truck of Hannah Bentley. Hannah's having a crack again here this weekend. This is her second Pooncarie event for her. Probably didn't go to plan for her last year, so let's hope she has a much better run this year.
Yeah, and I think, did she go out for a second crack at the Prologue? What happened there? Any word on that? Or?
I believe there was some issues with running in some dust and
there's some bog car, was there?
Competitor in front or something that slowed her down, so she got away, and I think it was only about 4 or 5 seconds in between the previous and the time that she posted. Time she posted, to be honest with you, was 11:57.5, and I think she went 12:02 or something like that. Anyhow, Hannah Bentley's away in the Bentley Motorsport truck, going along nicely there, hailing out of SA, picking up the sponsorship obviously out of the Bentley Caravan Park, as well as Toyo tyres, Method Race Wheels and a couple of others. And that'll drop us down to the next of the South Aussies in Performance two-wheel drive. This will be the 585 of Michael Shipton, who went 12:01.6. Hannah's doing nicely out there. Last year she probably didn't flow and run as hard as what she probably could have or should have, and then as the event ploughed through, she started to get a bit more ground speed up and realised that that's what she needed to do. So I know she's come here with a whole new mindset to what she does at Pooncarie this weekend. Well, there's the other South Aussie we were talking about, the Performance two-wheel driver Michael Shipton in the 585 getting away. And that one sitting on the line, that is the 60 entry of Brett Lewis, the Victorian, in the Pro Buggy.
Right, here we are at the 80k mark at the road crossing, so we might have a leader on shot here soon.
Well,
Drone's just having a look around. Yeah, that's heading south, Mildura, over the hill down there.
And down the bottom.
What have we got here? No, that's the road. Then there's the road closure there. They'll cross the road and come up the ridge here. Nothing there because they will appear from the left of the screen here, and then they'll 90 left, 90 right across the road. Oh no, that's the road to Mildura.
Road to Mildura, car going back. Brett Lewis in the 60 car there on screen at the moment, got away pretty solidly. That means that the start position is vacant now for David Adams, the South Australian Sports Light entry in car number 1074. That's 1074 to be sitting there waiting to get away as we wait now for those guys at that road crossing to come into view. There it is. 1074 Dave Adams, another single-seater. This is the one that had the gearbox issue in the lead-up to the event here this weekend. It was on the phone to Hollinger to start trying and get some corrective actions done inside that car. Effectively found a second gear problem on load-up and then unloaded the car, and on Tuesday night had it to pieces. Was on the phone to Hollinger. By Wednesday, he had parts and back together again, and then started heading up here on Thursday, cutting his race fine, Shane. He got here Friday for show and shine and all the other bits.
Well, I think that's what happens with off-road cars. They're only together for Friday, Saturday, and if they last Sunday. Oh, here we've got Martin on the first on the road here, coming down to the road crossing at the 80k mark. Be interesting, just from up here we should get a nice gap and see if he's holding his minute. It tightens right up left here and goes back.
All accounts, what we'd seen, Shane, was that there was a 2-minute block between him and the guy behind, which was Lellman, I think it was. So he's really opened the ground up, so we'll wait and see what that looks like.
Yep, so we'll go back in there and there'll be about 2 minutes till he comes back to the road crossing. He'll go along left there over some jumps, and then there's a bit of a clay pan / dry
that he'll come across,
dry lake that he'll turn right and loop back around.
Yep, come back on the right-hand side of the screen and then come back.
There
to
he goes
view.
now. So he looks like he's got a nice gap. If we could zoom back, and we'll probably see the other car. If he's within the minute, he'll be in this loop with him, so it'll give us a good opportunity to see if he's holding his ground.
Certainly got the prime position to be in, with very little dust to have to contend with at all out there, with other than what he's lagging behind him. And somewhere up here, I think it is, where he flicks and comes back.
Yeah, he'll turn right down here and then left through the gate and jump the Ivanhoe Road, and then come up towards. There's a camera on the ground with a few good holes that he'll hopefully show us.
Have to negotiate
something. Entertain us. Come on.
Here's the turn. Comes back on himself again. And then he'll turn.
So that's a public spectator point there on the right. All the cars pulled up before the cattle grid there. And he'll get a little bit of air possibly crossing the road here, because there's a bit of a hole going into it. There you go.
Yep, beautiful.
And then he's going to come up the hill here.
So we'll now
fast and open here.
We'll now look up behind the screen at the top to see how far behind he, and I think it was Lellman that was the next on road. I'm just sort of trying to keep an eye up the top there as well. A little bit hard to see there.
Well, and he'd be looking back to his right to make sure. He'd be looking for the other car's dust. There's the other car there. So he's got quite a good gap. He's pulled some time there by the look of that.
Yeah, well, I think at the last count, Shane, we were talking roughly 2 minutes or thereabouts. So that's not a bad effort. Here we go.
No, it's on all 4 cylinders, or 6 or 8 or whatever it's running there. Oh, look at that. Yes.
Beautiful. Well, a little bit wide on the passage there, but that's fine.
He's not trying, let's put it that way.
100%. He's 11 tenths. He's having a real shot out there. And I think that's the thing too, Shane, when you get in front like that and you've got conditions that really suit what you're at, you'd be a complete fool not to continue to consolidate that out as far as you can for tomorrow.
Especially with 1 lap today, and then if he can put enough gap where somebody physically has to pass him over the next bunch of parc fermes, it probably won't happen. The wind's up there, look at that, but you try and get up behind him, he'll see you coming and he'll just add some more boost and he'll go.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, he'll run as fast as he can. In the meantime, we've seen Brett Lewis get away. Dave Adams has gone. Adrian Gardner's gone as well.
Oh no, here we go. Here's Toddy. He's done all right. He would be within the minute maybe.
Yeah, possibly is. That's
because he's crossed the road and up the hill.
That's fair going now. Wow, he's on the gas hard. He's making that thing work for its money today, that's for sure.
Well, 2 Jimcos, they're probably very identical setups. This was Travis Robinson's old car and went to Shane Elphinstone, and now it's come back over here to South Australia, so it's a very fast car.
Waiting for the next one to come into sight. just coming into view now. There
Here
it
we
is.
go. It's Boston.
Yeah.
No, they're sticking together. This is good.
That's a great effort from Boston to put that where it is right now. I mean, Prologue was great for him. Look at the way he attacks this thing. Like, it's just phenomenal the way he carries speed in this.
We've lost him.
Last year's effort from Boston was that, he put down a blinder of a lap, and then I think he had some issues in the second lap and bowed out. Was a DNF last year. He's certainly not looking to replicate that, but this first lap is a cracker. Absolute gem of a lap watching him through there. Gardner's away, Daniel Foot's away, Eddie Chivers is away, the sports light of David Skinner obviously away as well. Rightio, it sounds like car number 5 is at the 100 kilometre mark, so that's Martin. He's just hitting that, so he won't be far off coming into where we need it to be. Keeping an eye on that hill in our broadcast at the moment as we're waiting for them to come into sight. We'll start to see a number of cars now start to travel through. And there he is. He's already in the compound, guys, so... 95 about the way to get away. 95 about to get away. Sitting on the start line now. So that means Josh Ward's away, Jack Livingston's away. .95 away there. That was the entry of Brett Rogers in the Pro Buggy, the South Australian-based driver. Next on the start line would be the 61.59 of Clint Broomhall, a Tasmanian in the side-by-side Pro. Now we're watching on screen. This is the next of our cars come through. There's a 61.59 going through. at this as they're carrying the speed there. The 622 of Lachlan Bailey in that side-by-side Pro on screen right now, going really hard at it. Man, this is a great drive for him. Holding his own against the bigger cars out there. So this is the first of our side-by-side Pro buggies through. Have a look at this as sitting right behind him. This should be the number 7 Hanson car, and it is. That's the one of Matty Hanson, Nigel Pendlebury, the Pro buggy class car through. Very shortly we'll have a chat to our lead driver in Dale Martin and Mark DeGrunchi. The time posted provisional of 55 minutes 52.3. 55 minutes 52.3. The provisional as we watch the car on screen now chasing through. That's the Loveday entry of Toby Waitley and Max Petroya in the Extreme two-wheel drive. Boy, are they making some ground on the team in front there. A little further back now, we pick out the next of the cars to come into scene. Still some pretty solid brackets between them. .473 there.
On the timing, do you know who's first?
Getting away from the start line. That's, of course, the Smith two-wheel drive entry that's on track right now. Keep an eye on our live screen now.
You want an audio check? Check.
As we wait for the next vehicle to charge through.
You seen audio? Check.
Great to have you on board for the live stream here this weekend. And we do thank, of course, the team from Kaminsky Mining Services for their continued sponsorship to the rounds, all the rounds of the Australian Off-Road Championship this season. Naming rights sponsors there for the running of the Motorsport Australia 45th Off-Road Championship. Right, we'll cross over now to Shane, who's in the pit area now with the team in...
It looks like you're on the top of the pile at the moment there. Let's have a look. 3 seconds in it. You got him by 3 seconds. How's that make you feel?
Oh, it's a big relief for tomorrow. Yeah, driving in the dust is no fun. No, it was good. I've never had that experience of starting with 100 cars behind you and a clean run, a clear track in front. It was enjoyable. It was really nice. I always thought it'd be boring, but it's not. It's just you just enjoy it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching. I was reminiscing on you were following us around last year, and I was saying you must actually be out there enjoying seeing the track and having a crack.
Yeah, the more you feed this car in those ruts, the better it goes. You just put the foot down. Like it's awesome. It's so much fun.
And what are you thinking? No issues in tomorrow's?
We'll give it a look over and fuel it up and go again. But it's a long way tomorrow. 3 of those at that pace. It's just no room for error at that pace. So once the track gets a bit more, all we had was a grader line. So once the track forms a bit, you'll see it better. So we had 3, 4. We went off the track just because you just don't quite know where it goes at that pace. So you're all right.
Oh, I guess for you, with only a 3 second gap, he could sneak up on you, so the pressure is on, yeah?
It is, yeah. But he drives pretty wild, so it's only one tyre. You're only 1 tyre away from a big gap, you know. So yeah, all right.
What do you love about this place? You go well around here, yeah?
I like the terrain. I think it's the mallee sort of terrain. I like it. It's fast and flowy, and I feel it's safe because there's no massive gum trees, and you just feel it. I feel like you just no risk, kind of like you can shoot off the track a bit now, so or let little risk, compared to other tracks. So you can go a bit harder. There's no other tracks. Is just no forgiving. So I think that's why it gives me a bit of confidence. So yeah.
Well, we'll leave you to it. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Don't ask me how my day went. I'm on the microphone. We might wander around and find Boston, so I'll just throw back up to you guys in the comm box there for a bit, and when we get Boston, we'll have a chat with him and see how his went.
What with you guys? Huh? His motor.
We'll go find Boston, yeah.
Enjoying his day out there, and it's good to be able to go as hard as he can. Means that the guys behind him have got a hell of a job in front of them to chase him tomorrow, so that's how that's going to play out. But anyhow, let's press on and see where we sit camera-wise out on the circuit. See if we can pick the next of the vehicles to come through. Camera now showing the next of the cars coming up to the start line. We've still got a couple that are getting away nicely from our vantage point there. Things are travelling along nicely at the Pooncarie Desert Dash here for 2026. No, Shane's down in the pit area looking to grab a hold of some different people to have a chat to them. Sounds like they're going to get an opportunity to have a chat to Boston shortly. We'll throw over to Shane when he's ready to go. Over to you, Shane.
Hey, mate.
Hey.
How's it going?
Yourself?
Good lap there. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was good. It was sketchy. Yeah, lots of hairy moments. Nearly rolled it, played 2 corners to the end. No, it was alright though. Other than that,
And then you had a look at the results. You're 3 seconds behind. How's that make you feel?
so that's 3 seconds right there at the end. But no, it's alright.
And what else about your lap? How's the truck? How's the track?
Track's good. It looks actually a lot different than last year. You know, it's not so defined. Truck's alright. A few issues, but with steering, but that's about it. Yeah.
And well, tell us last year out in front. How are you enjoying the dust?
Well, there must have been quite a bit of wind because there was only a few spots we had, but that's actually not too bad.
And so, what did you race up? And did you see tide? Was there motivation there, or were you just running your own race?
Just running my own race, mate. Winning's another thing, but finishing's the first thing, right?
And it's tomorrow's plan then. You don't actually have to pass him. You can just keep the pressure on. You're going to wind it up and have a crack early in the morning, or just see how it goes.
See how it goes. I've only been by 4 seconds. This bugger all really, so see how it goes. Good, mate.
Well, there you go. It sounds like Boston's pretty happy with his run today, and we were talking about it with Sam earlier today about the focus, the view for what Boston would do, and I think we were right on the money. You know, he's focused on his own race out there. He's not worried about what's going on in the background, who's faster, slower, or anything else in between. He started talking. He was pretty confident about the way the track was laying out. So. Obviously not too many issues there. You can see the guys have got the car partly disassembled, purely more than anything just to get vantage into engine and drivetrain components, to have a bit of a look around, make sure that there's nothing untoward occurring in that area. So looking good as we spot the next of the cars to get away on the start line. Well, yeah, it looks like they're going to be very close to talking with Hanson down there, so we might cross down to Shane and see if we can have a chat with Matty Hanson as to what's going on.
Down here with Matt Hanson, mate. How was that?
Yeah, great fun. Yeah, really good. Pretty cool out there. Lots of fast track and sand, and yeah, it's good.
Yeah, and not sure where'd your prologue, because you're now running fifth outright. You've dropped 2 minutes 30.
Oh yeah, we Prologue 6, so that was okay. We've got a little bit of dust there, so you know what it's like. Same for everyone, but yeah, looking forward to tomorrow.
Who'd you run up behind, or did you pass someone? Or
No. One of the Can-Ams were behind, so yeah, I think they got us in the Prologue, so that's okay.
And we'll go on forward fifth. That's not a bad spot to be, really. What do you think tomorrow might bring, and what's going to be your game plan?
Yeah, I think, look, tomorrow's a long day. You've got, sort of a lot of laps, a lot of Ks to go. You know what these things are like. Blokes fall out all the time. So just keep it clean and keep circulating and see where we end up at the end of the day.
Is it a track that falls apart in what might be your game plan?
Yeah, I think look, with sand gets pretty ruddy, so you probably want some fresh stuff out there. Keep looking, but that's hard to look for the fresh stuff when you're in the tram tracks as well. So it's a bit of a catch-22. So yeah, we'll see. It'll be good.
Well, we look forward to seeing it, mate. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks, Addy.
Sounds like Matty Hanson was pretty happy and comfortable with what he went through out there today. So, all reports, all the guys are sounding like they're all pretty comfortable with what's transpired in their first lap. Some of them, or a lot of them, are still out there looking to complete their first today. But conditions are still kicking along nicely, so that's great news for all of the team. So we're pretty much at the full scale of the teams out on track at the moment. I don't know if there's anybody still on the start line waiting to get away, but it looks like I would say we've got the majority of them out in the open, if not all. With the running of the 45th Motorsport Australia Kaminsky Mining Services Off-Road Championship, we're starting to see quite a few of our lead drivers and teams into the pit area, and great opportunity to have a chat to some of these guys to understand how they're travelling across. Right, looks like we'll be heading over to Smoothie shortly, so we'll throw over to Shane now if you want to do that, Shane.
Mate, Smoothie, welcome to the live stream, mate. Checking on the results, must be pretty happy with that, yeah?
Yeah, pretty happy, mate. We probably took a bit of a cautious route, just through the trees, just made sure we come back with all the panels, and yeah, we're pretty happy. Just happy to be here, and we can just keep up this pace, we'll be real happy.
Tell us about your lap, what happened out there, where'd you start, who'd you see?
We started 10th, and then wasn't too far in, and unfortunately Gartner must have had a problem, and one of the Martin cars I seen had a problem. Didn't see any other carnage on the track, no panels or nothing, and it was actually looked pretty tidy. All the markers were still there when we went past. So yeah, it was pretty good, and we had a good run through the timber and so forth. Plenty of spectators out, all doing the right thing, which was good to see. Yeah, spot on. It's a good day.
You enjoy that?
No, it was really good. It was nice and open. The truck really liked it, and I think it's just going to come to us a bit more. It's going to get a bit rougher, and yeah, we're looking forward to seeing it.
You would have went through the prologue section. It's deteriorated badly. Do you think that the other parts of the track will turn into that tomorrow?
I'd say after these 70-odd cars or whatever it was went through, mate, that it's going to be just like that. So it's definitely going to be a dust bowl tomorrow, that's for sure.
What do you think your game plan is? You got one?
I'll let the truck come to the four-wheel drive truck, hopefully. And, it's like it'll get rougher and things will break, and hopefully we're not one of the ones that break something.
Well, it looks good, and glad to see you here. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Appreciate it, mate. Cheers.
Rightio, sounds like Brett had a pretty solid run through there, and Brent Smoothie, of course, brought it home without too many panels getting knocked around, so that's great news for him as they charge along in the 847 trophy today. It's awesome. There's some really good footage being captured down here this weekend on the live stream. As you can see, guys are moving around in the pit area. Shane and the team having a chat to some of the guys in the cars that are finishing, while we're watching some of the others still chasing through the track proper out in those later sections, around about that 100k, 80 to 100k marker point on the way home. So some pretty awesome times in here. Let's have a look at it. The first car home, of course, was Dale Martin at a 55-minute 52.3. Roughly 3 minutes behind him was Boston Morgan. Another 13 behind that. Looks like it'll be Todd Lehman. Another, where are we here? 57. So then we got Waitley, Brent Smoothie, Matty Hansen, Logan Gill in car 44. That's Logan Hill and Van der Wall home. Lockie Bailey and Jordan Zollo home. And Lachlan Waters and Ken Waters home as well in the side-by-side pro as we wait for Shane to track down the next group of guys to have a chat. Look at this young bloke on the live stream. He's having a cracker of a time. I think he knows he's on this big screen, so... Have a look at that. Pumping away. He's having a ball, that kid. Hopefully that's not a solar panel he's walking on top of, but anyhow, we'll see what eventuates out of that. Looks like they're going to be talking to Todd Lehman and Aaron Benjamin shortly in the pro buggy. Car number 85. We'll throw across to Shane now.
Todd, mate, how'd you make your first lap out? What happened out there?
It was good. It was we had a pretty clean run, a couple of little offs, but I think we just followed in Dale's tracks because he done the same thing in the same spots. So it was pretty skatey out there, and it's bloody good fun.
Two very similar cars, so you're tightly matched, and we're seeing that on the times here. You're only 16 seconds off the leader, and you're 13 back from Boston. That's pretty cool, yeah?
Yeah, we knew Boston to be pushing hard, like he drives like a madman, and it's just good. I mean, it's probably more of a buggy track at the minute, and then it'll come into the trucks when it ruts up and gets a bit rougher. So we got to make the most of it while we can.
What is the game plan going forward then?
Just keep sending it and have a go.
I see you're not laying down underneath it, so it's in good nick.
Yeah, no, it's all good after a quick check over. I mean, we'll go over it when the thing cools down a bit, and it's fuel her up and go again.
3 more laps. Tell us what is actually going to happen.
I don't know, man. It's bloody dusty out there. There's some there'll be some big bull holes, and I guess you just got to keep it clean. There's a lot of gotchas out there, trees, and a lot of shit to hit out there. So just keep it tidy and hopefully be there at the end.
I guess you're in not too bad a position. You don't physically have to pass yet to maybe take the lead or jump.
Nah, it'd be very hard to pass out there. So you got to just put time on them, and hopefully you can jump them that way. So, yeah.
Well, we look forward to seeing it tomorrow. Good luck.
No worries. Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Sounds like they also have had a decent run out there. So the reason that they're talking about it to changing from like a buggy track to a truck track obviously is because the condition of the track starts to cut up pretty badly, and it's where you need those 4 wheels and the big tyres to drag you through. So the guys, as they said, are making the best of what's out there for them at the moment, with the track able to sort of service those side-by-sides and the buggies as well. I believe they're going to be talking to Brent Martin shortly and Michael Gross out there, one of the pro lappers in car number 120. So we'll see if we can throw over to Shane shortly and they can have a chat to the guys standing around that 120 buggy.
Had the power steering pump, just it's all seized up, only about 3 k's in, so could hear like a bit of a whine yesterday. This morning, so we'll change it and might try and have a little run tomorrow, but yeah, it's pretty much our weekend over.
Oh, really? Why, just the amount of time you've dropped?
Yeah, well, we didn't finish, we got towed in, so we only made it 3 k's.
Oh, really? Further than us?
Yeah, what happened to you boys? No good?
No, I thought we'd come back early. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So what, you'll just pack it up, or will you have another go tomorrow?
I wouldn't mind just knowing what the issue was, so we'll put another pump on and maybe do a lap or 2. And we've got Michael in the car this weekend. He's only, his second go, and he's only done about 5 k's, so I want to give him a decent crack, so we might go out for a couple of laps.
And what are you guys gearing up for, a big thing?
No, just gearing up to some fun. Hopefully try and finish a race, but yeah, I don't want to take the car up there unless it's ready to go, and it's just not. It's not anymore. So we've got to get it sorted.
Oh, it's a shame, mate. Well, good luck tomorrow if we see you. You'll be putting on a show as usual.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, it's rotten luck for the Martin crew there. Obviously, that power steering pump's caused some real serious issues for them. And of course, obviously that power steering pump's. The guys are trying very hard to stay on top of that one, and really hope the best for them as they pick through whatever it is today for them. Being towed back in certainly wouldn't have been a great feel for them, but it is what it is. Watching from the aerial now as some of the cars are coming back through some of the circuit areas here. Some awesome footage from the aerials now. Looks like that might be the Love Earth moving entry there. Phil Lovett and Luke Stanley. This will be the Extreme two-wheel drive car as it's still circulating at quite a decent pace. You hear them coming back to the finish line area, so they are well and truly on the way home for a reasonably good finish here today in their class. Some beautiful drone footage now as we chase some of the cars along the breaks there, along those drive lines, tight behind cars here. And the boys were talking about how hard it is to pass on this track, particularly with the dust that's out and about. Now, if you're in a situation where the wind is shearing that away fast or fairly quickly, you get an opportunity to get right in there and have a shot with it behind that. If you're not, well, then you've got to sort of wait for the right opportunity to get around them. An interesting discussion there with, of course, Brent Smoothie. Smoothie was talking about how the trees are out and about in the place where you run, and there's plenty of opportunity to run off-road or off the track and head through some of the tree work, which means that it's fairly safe for them to do that, which is awesome. That looks like one of the Bentley motorsport trucks there on the charge. So that'd be probably Hayden Bentley in that one, pedalling away beautifully. Nice work from the Bentley crew. that's the 418 there. Of Bentley. There we go, finished for the day today. That's the 818, I think it is, of Hayden Bentley and Ben Shivel, or Vivian Coe, in the Extreme 4-wheel drive car. That's them done for day one, or rather probably more like a day two, given day one of competition here today. As we see the track snake around, and quite a bit of dust still flying from some of the competitors out on circuit. Keeping the foot right into the gas there for next of our pro buggies by the look of it. It's really awesome to have some of our major sponsors involved this weekend. We have the team at the Wentworth Shire Council for their involvement. Wentworth Shire do an awesome job of getting behind events locally here, whether it's motorsport or any other form of sporting needs. Wentworth Shire Council do that without too much problem. Beautiful wheel lift there for the untamed crew as they come through. Big thank you also to the Kumiela Memorial Sporting Club for your connections here this weekend. Really a privilege to have you involved with the event here. As to the team at Decentralised Demountables, the Wilson family, that's of course Josh and Robert and all of the team. As we watch the car cross the line now, that untamed, undecided crew, the 39 of that's Darren Agrella and Ryan Barton in the Pro Buggy. So a finish for them today. And a big thanks also to GBM Consulting, of course, the team from Marksy and his crew, for all of the work that you put in as well, which is pretty awesome. Here's the next of our finishers. So not a lot of lines separating there. It's 6:46 of Samuel Cummins and Lachlan Benny home in the side-by-side Pro Buggy. They're done for the day as well. The 38 car of Dean Carter and Bradley Jacobs home in the INH sponsored rig inside the compound now. So here's car 34 finish for the day today. That is the entry of Kai Camilleri and Luke Hendry in their pro buggy. They're done for the day. They're coming into line. Look at that. Have a go at the attitude on that Nixon car. That'll be the 61-68 car of Benjamin Nixon and Thomas Marglich. The side-by-side pro buggy class car. Great drive from Nixon there. Man, he was right on the pin. So here's your next finisher coming through. Lining up for a charge to the finish. And for the corners now, and it's all but done. For lap one of the 2026 Pooncarie Desert Dash here this weekend. As I said, round one of the Australian Off-Road Championships. Proudly brought to us this year, not only by Motorsport Australia for their 45th running of the championship, but also the team from Kaminsky Mining Services, who have become the naming rights sponsor for the series this year. Big thank you to, of course, Kaminsky Mining Services for your connections here this weekend. Great to see some action right at the very top. Cars heading in one direction while the other guys are heading in the other. Heading closer and closer, inching to a finish here this weekend. Great vision footage being caught by our team here this weekend. Phil's doing an awesome job of integrating what's there, as along with the guys up in Wentworth, who are keeping a solid eye on the event here, which is bringing you this phenomenal footage that we can see out on circuit now. This will be another of the Commons crew out there at the moment. Through the finish area now. Great scan across the top of the trees to actually have a look at where the track and some of the cars are coming from. Great to see this competitor coming out of the backdrops as our drone grabs that footage to show you some awesome aerial visions that you are seeing on screen now, pumped across from our live stream here this weekend. Don't forget, of course, action kicking off at tomorrow for the remainder of the laps that we have to put forward in front of you for the last of the day's competition. And, of course, tomorrow sees the first of the vehicles line up at 7:45. Compulsory brief for a cruise at 8 o'clock. And, of course, Section 2, start of 3 full laps of competition, kicks off at about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and with post-event scrutineering to commence after that. And, of course, then we have the podium presentations a little while after that. And roughly at about 5 o'clock, event headquarters should close up. So that'll be awesome to get an opportunity to catch up with the guys as they finish throughout the day. But tomorrow sees the kickoff at around about 9 o'clock in the morning for the next 3 laps of competition for Sunday. Should be a ripper of an event to see them finish the next 2 handful of laps on day 2 of competition here. Well, as you see the scanning through the pit area now, we can see quite a few of them that have already finished the event for today. As we watch the footage up in the top right-hand corner of some of the cars that are tracking through still out on track. So if we can't grab some numbers for these guys as they charge through. Bit hard to catch them as they charge away. It's whilst the shots are pretty clear, the movement makes it very hard to pick them out of the. Some solid action here in camera now. We got 2 cars that are almost back to back. Some ground being covered by, I'd say, one of the extreme 2 or 4-wheel drive cars behind the back of that side-by-side in front. So we're going to see a placing change here shortly. This is great footage being shot by the drone out in the confines of the greater sections of track that we race on. Could very well be a passing manoeuvre right there in front of us on screen here while we watch them close the gap up. As the dust clears, it gives them a great opportunity to close right up on the back of this one. We'll stick with this drone footage for a moment if we can, because this is going to be a awesome pass that we'll see coming up. As we get into the tighter stuff now, the little side-by-side starting to work its way through that mallee sand now, as we see the big banger behind the back of it trying to cut back the time. It's almost a David and Goliath chase at the moment, side-by-side, getting through quickly. Looks like the larger truck now on the chase behind him. you only imagine how dusty it is like at the moment out there behind the back of that little side-by-side. A little bit of time lost there. The bigger truck backing out of what happened in that corner. Side-by-side getting a bit of an advantage now and streaking away. Car pulled off the side of the road now. Looks like we either have a flat or something like that the guys will contend with. We'll just see what they're going to do there as another of the cars finishes. Back to the drone footage again. Let's have a look. Guys are out. Let's see if they grab for that tyre in the rear there. There's no action moving to the back of the car, so maybe something else has occurred. The fact that they've got a helmet off, they pulled well off the track or off the race line, means that they weren't going to inhibit anybody else's chances there. Helmet going back on. Another side-by-sides coming through. Drone now looking upwards towards the rest of the field coming through. Beautiful terrain out here, and the track crew to be commended for what they've put together so far for the event this year. It's been phenomenal in some of the times you saw in Prologue today. And then again, looking at some of the lead guys, you know, some of those times were insanely good. I mean, looking at the mixture between the trucks and also the side-by-sides, and then some of the pro and pro-light buggies, you know, their times just are phenomenal. Car you can see on screen at the moment. I reckon that would be probably the Matty Deck car. That's Matty Deck and Jake Beattie in the side-by-side pro buggy. Car number 612, I reckon it is. Still scrambled in amongst the trees there and going nicely through what might be a dirty line at the moment, but they're staying well on the gas. We'll just keep following this one now as he travels through. Some awesome drone footage for this. Whoa. Held it together as he skated into that tiny little deviation off the line. Deck now on the gas again and heading solidly back towards finish line. See some of the infrastructure around it means that he is there crossing the line now. That's a great effort for him. You can see on screen now, looks like the Robinson crew are about to try and load that truck. Here's the Lewis car now on screen. Wow, kicking the dirt around big time. That's car number 60, which is Brett Lewis and Johnny Rowlandson in that pro buggy. They're really still on the gas today. I know they got away quite way down the list for our prologue and our start today, but they're still charging along nicely, so that's a great indicator to see them doing that. And Brett Lewis and car 60 driving a great event today. Finishing lap one for him will be a real achievement, ready for the second part of the day, or the second part of the event, which will be tomorrow. Another of our extremer two-wheelers, I think it is. I reckon that might be possibly Michael Shipton and Paul Colton, the 585 car. A little bit of footage there in the top right-hand corner. I think that might have been the 638 of Ashley Foote and Peter Hutchins in the side-by-side pro. I reckon that might have been Hannah Bentley that's in the top right-hand corner there, kicking away nicely. Shouldn't be long before we see the 418 of Hannah Bentley in the circuit as well. As they charge through, let's have a look here. There's another side-by-side here. reckon that might have been the 6:38 there of Ashley Foote. We can see still cranking away nicely. Another one hot on the charge behind him. So it looks like Braden Merrick and Tyler Merrick in the side-by-side pro, 6:69 across the line. And into the pit area. Great to see them home. A completion of first for them today. And this one's the 4:18 that we were talking about earlier, the entry of Hannah Bentley and Scotty Gould. On screen now and heading towards the closing stages of lap 1 for them. .670 of Nathan Chivers and Aaron Topliff home in the side-by-side pro. They're done for the day as well. The 4:18 of Hannah Bentley going gently now along the return part of the track towards finish for the day. I reckon that's Josh Ward. I can see in the side-by-side pro there, 654 car with Tim Chain. On screen there, that's Nick Burt and Alex Burt, the Extreme two-wheel drive car, the 403 entry in the top right-hand corner that we saw going fairly strongly still out there. So the Burt team still on the move. And that's a finish now across the line, the 4:18 for Hannah Bentley, all but completed now for the first day for her. Hannah Bentley there climbing out of the vehicle. It's Hayden there at the driver's side with her inside the camp there. Some great footage from our drones there, nice and clear. We can see that the 818 of Hayden's car there. They've got the front part partly removed, so they can get a really close look inside that. I believe the Hannah Bentley car will have the same done. As you can see, the guys grabbing for the clips now to unwind them, and they'll have the front off for that one and a good walk through it as well. There you go, the guys are slowly removing the lockdowns, hailing out of Port Pirie and Port Augusta. The Bentley's cabin park crew been involved with off-roading for a very long time. I can remember working and calling events with and watching in competition, of course, Hayden Bentley back in the days of the Bridgestone International, which was, of course, an event that was run by the Kempsey Macleay Off-Road Club up in that beautiful hinterland region of all places, a place called Dong Dingalong. Can you believe it? That's what the place was called back in the day. And some awesome off-road racing that was completed up in those areas there. Affectionately nicknamed the Bathurst of the Bush. Let's have a look at this one now that gets across the line. Looks like it's the 1064. That would be the entry... 1074 it might have been. 1064 it is. The 1064 is the car that I'll be looking for in amongst that group. Rightio, big congratulations to David Skinner out of Queensland, finishing that one on his own there as a single-seater. The 403 is home. That's the car of Nicholas Burt and Alex Burt, the South Aussies. Finished for them in lap one for day one. Rightio, looks like the 473 of Matt and Avalon Smith in Extreme two-wheel drive finishing now as they cross the line. Good work, guys. Having a real crack in the dirt there, as we can see the footage on our big screen now. Another of our side-by-sides having a decent shot here at the Pooncarie Desert Dash here this weekend. Rightio, looks like this is the vehicle of Tyson and Scott Garver, side-by-side pro coming into the circuit now. Encountering a little bit of mud there, but getting through it quite okay as they charge onwards now towards the finish point. Next one I'll be looking for will be the 702, the production 4x4 of the Raptor, the Ranger Raptor of Jeff Pickering and Mark Robertson. Sensational aerial footage that we can see now of our drone grabbing some shots. Oh, it looks like that's a 701 of Norman Parker and Mark Robertson in the production four-wheel drive class as the 996 goes through of Paul Tuck-Lee. Saw those two pretty easily, so they're on the charge behind one another there pretty solidly. Looks like the 647's home. That's the entry of Tyson and Scotty Garver. They're done for the day, so good completion of that lap for him. Darren Wright and Scotty Brown, Extreme 4x4 in 883. Darren Wright done for the day in the Nissan Patrol Ute. Great to have him home. 701, the look of it is Normie Parker and Mark Robertson with Paul McCulloch in that production four-wheel drive class car. That's the the Toyota Land Cruiser Troopy, and the ever-reliable Land Cruiser charging its way home. He'll be pretty happy with the finish in 701 this weekend, Norm Parker. Of course, his nearest rival will be Jeff Pickering in the Ford Ranger Raptor, and Pico in the 702 car. We'll have Mark Robertson and Ronald Griffiths in the production four-wheel drive class car with him this weekend, so great to have them here competing as well. But this is a great effort for Normie Parker. Just shows how solid and reliable those Land Cruisers really are. So good on you, Hank, for charging through and setting the pace in the 701 here this weekend. That's certainly going to make it a little bit harder for Pico to try and grab you tomorrow. It looks like it's the 6634 for Johnny White and Jack Briggs home in the side-by-side sport behind that car of Parker's. Hank into the pit area, and White and Briggs heading back to their respective location as well. I reckon next on the road looks like it's going to be the 61-69 of Jesse Manduric and Jaden Moore, another of our side-by-side pros here this weekend. Great footage in the drone there to follow Hank and his teammate there. And Mark Robinson back to their pit area. The Aussie Knights plant hire team there. Looks like they're going to be comfortable and parked up for the evening tonight. They'll have a once-over across the vehicle. Great footage shot there from our drone across some of the pit teams and looking out into the slightly dusty backdrop that we've got here towards the finish line in our event here this weekend. It's great to have all of this footage being captured so we can see pretty clearly what's going on. And there's a little bit of greenery inside the centre of the arena here at the Pooncarie Race Club. See a bit of dirt being kicked up in the backdrops now. Looks like we'll have another vehicle that'll be finishing up shortly. Rightio, looks like Warren Ward and, of course, Stevie Perkins home in the side-by-side pro. That's car number 659. They'll be in sight very, very shortly. Ward and Perkins now looks like they're making their way towards the end. Little Honda charging along nicely. Getting close to the back end of the field now with Ward and Perkins coming through. Couple of corners left for them, and they're just about there and home. There are your flags to indicate completion of lap 1 for the 6:59 car of Warren Ward and Stevie Perkins. Looks like David Allport and Christy Page in the Pro Buggy car number 50 will be the next to visit us here at the finish line. Car number 630, the Reese Vander Holst and Corey Mitchell car, which is another of our side-by-side pros, will be probably the next car to come through across the finish line to complete lap 1 for the day today. Right now, it looks like the 656 entry of Thomas Stevens and Alison Stevens will be the next one to visit us. Right now, it looks like Johnny Wise in the single-seater Sports Light. That's car number 1025 will be the next in. That's the 50 car we were talking about earlier, which was the entry of David Allport, Christy Page. That's the car that's on screen at the moment. Sports Light, or rather the Pro Buggy of David Allport, Christy Page there. You're watching the 50 now as it goes through for David Allport, Christy Page. Again, they'll only have a handful of corners to negotiate before they hit the final timing loop. So David Allport and Christy Page now, we're just following through as the last final stages of the lap for them. Then I believe we'll have car number 1025, the Johnny Wise Sports Light, the single-seater. He'll be the next one that we'll track through. And there's your finish for car number 50, David Allport, Christy Page. So we'll track back a little further and see if we can't find the next car, which would have been car number 1025, Johnny Wise. Drone on the chase now to grab the footage for the next car, which we would believe would be that 1025 car of John Wise. I'll get a closer look at that one. Right, that is the 1025 of Johnny Wise. Is this the 1074 of Dave Adams, is it possibly? No, it's the side-by-side. So this is Johnny Wise, the 1025 car across the line now. Single-seater done for the day today. That's a completion of event for Saturday for him. That's his first lap completed. He'll be looking forward to another one, or a couple at least, tomorrow. On camera right now, looks like that's a 702 of Jeff Pickering and Mark Robertson in the production four-wheel drive class in the Ford Raptor or Ford Ranger Raptor. You see the number pretty clearly there, 702, so that definitely is Pickering. Pickering just putting the final touches to the first lap today. Started a long way down in the field and just progressed through and continued to chug away at it. And you can see driving conditions does pay its dividends as he crosses the flags now. Completion of lap 1 out of a couple more to be done tomorrow for the guys in that Ford Ranger. Pico knows how to do this. He's been a veteran of this class for a very, very long time after campaigning that Mitsubishi for as long as I can remember and moving into the Ford Raptor or the Ranger Raptor now. So great completion of first lap for this year in the Pooncarie Desert Dash year this weekend at Pooncarie. Great shot of the beautiful grassed area down here at the new pavilion for the Pooncarie Racing Club. And you see the Motorsport Australia group where they're situated today, the driving hub of overseeing the Kaminsky Mining Services Australian Off-Road Championship Series. This is the 45th running of the Off-Road Championships here for Motorsport Australia. And just fantastic to have Kaminsky Mining Services involved with it. There's the new pavilion and the undercover area, which is normally the bookies arena. And here we have all of our caterers, presentation truck, and that lawned area for our patrons to partake in. Of course, that area off to the right-hand side, you can see there in the dirt, that is the Parc Ferme area that will be utilised tomorrow for the second day of competition here at the Pooncarie Desert Dash, or the first round of the Australian Off-Road Championships. That'll all be used tomorrow for that 30-minute Parc Ferme area. A great initiative for the St Razia Motorsports Club to have put together the opportunity to have moved out people out of here piece by piece for a start yesterday or today. They'll do the same again tomorrow. Well, ladies and gents, looks like we're getting close to the wrap-up of day one here at the day one of competition of the 45th running of the Motorsport Australia Off-Road Championships. Big thank you to Kaminsky Mining Services for your naming right sponsorship for the rounds this year. On behalf of the team here, of course, at the Pooncarie Race Club and the St Razia Motorsports Club. Hope you've enjoyed the telecast. Don't forget, tomorrow we kick off at around about 9 o'clock for the event tomorrow. You can tune in from the live stream from them. Thanks again to, of course, Sam this morning for a bit of a walkthrough. Shane, of course, for some of those interviews in the pit area. And for you, of course, logging on and joining us for the live stream. We'll depart now with just a couple of shots of some of the footage around the site, and we'll look forward to catching up with you tomorrow morning nice and early, as I said, from around about 9 o'clock onwards. On behalf of the team here, we wish you a very fond good night, and again, we'll talk to you again from the Pooncarie location here tomorrow for the second day of competition from the Pooncarie Desert Dash for 2026 on behalf of the St Razia Motorsports Club, the Wentworth Shire Council, the team at, of course, the Kumiela Memorial Sporting Club, GBM Consulting, and of course, Demountable, the guys from